Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we continue our coverage of California versus Carlos Dominguez. We are into day 16, and I hope everybody had a nice holiday weekend for those that celebrate. Memorial Day weekend here in the United States was yesterday, and that sort of officially kicks off summer. So again, for those that celebrate, I hope that you remembered anyone that has fallen in the past. And we are now here on a Tuesday, refocusing back on trials. So, who is with us today? Jade, hello to you. Thank you for joining us. Hey, Lily Wayne, hope you had a nice weekend. Irish Amy, good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. And Marty, good to see you as well. Only Fan, hope you're feeling better. Widespread Panic, good to see you as well. Golden Girl and Nomad, thank you so much. JWD, let's see, you just got home from work, you're exhausted. Yeah, no worries. Whatever you can, just hang tight with us, that's fine. If we put you to sleep, so be it. Hey, Susie, good to see you. Who was first in chat? Shirley was first in chat. All right, cool. Let's see if I can find her. I've been trying. Where is she? Shirley. Okay, did not come up there for me. But Missy Russell did. And Nomad, happy Tuesday to you. Shirley Roth saying hello as well. Brat is with us as well. Hey, Brat, I should say. Good afternoon to you. Fala is going to lunch. Hope you have a good lunch, Fala. What did you guys do this weekend? I got stung by a yellow jacket. Irish Amy saying hello to Only Fan. Let's see, Nomad, Christine Fortunato, you were not the first one on here. What happened? I know, right? Hey, Silver Fox, hello from Norway. How are you? Irish Amy, Polly is okay. She's getting ready to, she's very close. We think that she is now into her 9th week. So she will be giving birth any day now. So relaxing weekend, but but I did miss y'all. Aw, we missed you too. Oh, and we have finalized our stream for next Saturday. I posted it on our wall, so you guys can go check it out there. We have our lineup set. We have our time set. We may have a surprise guest here or there. That's still out to be discussed or to be determined. But I have reached out to 2 other people. One of them has confirmed, but I need to confirm a time. But so far we've got, let's see. Again, in no particular order, we've got Dr. Rachel will be joining us. Therapist will be joining us. Recovery Addict will be joining us. Trial Junkies United, PI Sam, Florida PI Sam. True Crime Addict, Broken Baker, Joe Schmo, Sneaky Side, and Nick Starro will all be joining us. So that's going to be going on Saturday, so another, 4 or 5 days. So that's going to be our 1-year anniversary stream. So really looking forward to bringing that to you guys. How am I doing today? My little paw is still swollen. Thank you for asking. Golden Girl, that color looks good on you. Thank you. Yeah, it's much more muted in real color. On screen, it looks much more bright. But thank you for that. Appreciate that. Bama Cat, hello from Tennessee. Bama, are you originally from Alabama and you found yourself to Tennessee? Yeah, it got me right here. So if you see here, I'll show you. Can you see the difference? Let's see. This was the one that was stung. So it's getting better. Still a little swollen. Let's see. It's still a little swollen. Yep. Not so bad that way. I had to take off my wedding ring because as soon as I got stung right there. And as soon as, because I've been stung before as a kid, and my face blows up. I got stung in the face, stung on the feet. So I knew as soon as I got stung, I got to take off my wedding ring, because I would probably lose my finger if I hadn't. So. More of a wasp. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was a yellow jacket. It was. It stung. Is a yellow jacket a bee or a wasp? It doesn't lose its stinger. That's all I know, is that they can keep stinging you repeatedly. So they do not lose their stingers. Wasps that pretend to be bees. It kind of looks like a bee. It looks more like a bee than a wasp, right? At least the way I envision it. And we looked it up, and it's a yellow jacket. So thank you, Ruby. Yeah, it hurt. Yeah, I did. I put ice on for about the first hour. The first hour I had it iced up. I had both. I had ice pack on front and back for at least, I would say, let's see, half hour, 45 minutes. Yeah, about 45 minutes or so. Votes like a yellow jacket stings like a bee. Yeah. So that was my Saturday, right? Or was that Sunday? No, I think that was Saturday. So Sunday, and then today's Monday. No, wait a minute. When did I get stung? I don't even remember now. It was such a long weekend. I think it was Sunday I got stung. Because I think, Monday, and then today's the third day, if you will. So, as a kid, I would get stung all the time. I'd get stung on the feet, because they would live in the ground. I'd get stung, climbing trees, climbing garages. I remember one time coming up on the garage, and there was a what do you call it, a nest right there. Got me in the face. I remember I was walking in the woods with my dad, and I was a kid. I was like 4 or 5, and I got stung all over. And yeah, summer didn't go by if Squeegee didn't get stung by something. So I do not have to go to the hospital, thankfully. My brother, he got stung really bad one time, and he had to go to the hospital. He definitely had to go to the hospital. And I think to this day, he still would have that. And it was anaphylactic shock or whatever, like when your throat claws up or whatever. So fire ants, oh yeah, I've got my fair share. Just walking around the yard, I get stung by ants. It's not fun. Honeybee's the only thing that loses its stinger, yeah, and then it dies. That's the honeybee. Yeah, we have these big fat bumblebees around, which is nice. Yep, yeah, we would as a kid we'd wait till it got dark, cool down a little bit, and we'd spray them with water just to get rid of them. But those were like wasps. Those were honeybees. We didn't mess with the wasps. I'm sorry, we didn't mess with the bees. It was the wasps that we would, the honeybees we were okay with. Anaphylactic shock. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he still gets that. So, your daughter fell in a pile of them. Oh, poor thing. Oh, is that a bee or a fire ant? I remember when I first came to Florida, I was sitting. We were stopped off at a side road, whatever, just to get some water or something like that. And I was sitting kind of on the grass or whatever, and all of a sudden, I'm like, what the heck is biting me? And I was literally sitting in a fire ant hill, and boy, I got stung up mostly on my leg or my ankles, but I definitely learned that fire ants. We have them galore down here for sure. Yeah, and I just walk around. I get bit all the time by them. Yep, Irish Amy love bees. We have a bug hotel for them, and the leafcutter bees make doors for the rooms with the leaves. Wasps are the spawn of the devil. Thank you, Alice. Yeah, it should be okay I'm thinking Wednesday. I think by Thursday I should be okay. Should be okay by Thursday. The other thing is we have these we call them triangle flies. They're also like deer flies. Oh man, when they sting, they itch for like 3 or 4 days. They just stink. Oh, I just hate them. This is like getting bit by a triangle fly, a deer fly, like times 10. Fire ants, red ants, I think of them as the same thing. Yeah. Lily Wayne, that's the way I think of them. So that was my weekend. That was my Sunday and Monday. So I hope you guys had a good time. Other than that, we had a really good time. We made some great food. We made Carolina red slaw. We made potato salad. Aaron made some burgers. I made like a tofu scramble with red sauce, Cajun spices, some onions. It's really, really good. Yeah, deer flies, Lily Wayne. We discovered that they actually have their pinchers and they go like this. That's how they bite you. They literally saw into you. It's just horrific. They're not cool. They're on my not cool list. But for us, they only last until it's May and June. They'll last, and then that's it. Then they're gone. Generally. Yeah, it's this spice. It's a spice, Irish Amy. My niece, when she visited last year about this time, she had this Cajun spice, this dish that she made. So we made it, and I've been using it a lot on tofu. I put it on tofu, and then I bake it. Oh, it's really, really good. So I use that spice, some cumin, the Cajun spice, and yeah, that's, I hear you, Abe. That's what I'm doing. So I did that with the red sauce. We had, a can of tomatoes, red, I guess, yeah, just a red sauce. Fried up some onions, some garlic, and Golden Girl, you are lucky if you've never heard of a deer fly. They are nasty little buggers. Hey, Deanna May, good morning to you. How are you? Yeah, deer flies are just nasty, nasty, nasty. So, yeah, so I made like this tofu, basically sloppy joes, but I used tofu instead. And then Aaron made up some burgers. Lily Wayne, we get deer flies in August. We go underwater in the lake to get away from them. I remember growing up, now these are a different kind of deer fly. I remember growing up, we did the exact same thing. We'd be swimming in the pond or lake, and deer fly would be on your head, shoulders, get under. But they're different. It's a different kind of deer fly. They're smaller, I think, but we have deer around, so it's always a possibility that we will get deer flies, and ticks too. We get ticks. Got to keep a sharp eye for them too. I've had a tick on me. Erin's had a couple ticks on her. It's not fun. But when you have deer, that's what you have to be prepared for. Which is funny because we only had that one deer get into our yard. I never really see them around. Now, when I lived in Woodstock, I saw them all over the place, like herds, like 50 of them in a field. I don't see them around here. I saw one or two, and then the one that got stuck in our yard that I had to rescue. But you would think that there would be more deer. But, hey, Kathy, thank you for joining us. Good to see you. Hope you are doing well. Hope you had a good weekend. Deanna, sorry, just recovering from a pool party. Nice. Lily Wayne, the deer fly we have are bigger than houseflies and have spots on the wings. We have deer at the lake. Yeah. Hey, Newton, hello to you. Oh, only fan, healing vibes all the way around. Awesome. Here's a spice to try. Nomad says, Bull's Bayou Tex Cajun seasoning. They even have a vegan spice. I don't mind a spice if it's made with chicken or something like that. I mean, because it's just a spice, So I'm not. DR Shy, yep, they're probably just hiding. We used to lure them out with a salt lick. Well, we have a fence all the way around because this is all county land. So we have a fence. So they wouldn't. The one time they got in because we had a wind burst come flying, crushing through a couple Januaries ago, and it knocked out like about a 30-foot pine, took out the fence. So we had an open gate for about a month or two until the county fixed it. And then they kind of fixed it a little bit, but it was still open. So the poor thing got in, and then it was just kept smashing its face and body into this. Oh, it was so terrible, into the fence. And I have it. I think we uploaded it. Aaron took a video of it and uploaded it. I finally trapped and grabbed and got it through the fence, and then just like collapsed. And then I went to go get water, and it had taken off by the time I got back. Poor little dude. I felt so sorry for him. He was so beat up. He looked like he went like 10 rounds with Mike Tyson. His face was just all bruised and bloodied. Poor little guy. All right, we have about, I think, another hour to 2 hours of this, what do you call it, video we have to watch. Yeah, I think we got about another hour and a half to 2 hours, I'm guessing. Let me see. I know I took notes. I'm just trying to remember where we left off. 450, 550, 650, 750. That's 3 hours. And we listened to about 2 hours. Yeah, I'm going to go with about an hour to hour and a half left of this video. And no feed yet. Abe says your acreage wasn't fenced, so we'd have them come up to the house for the salt lick. It was a nice view for breakfast. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, Golden Girl forgot about the video. Yeah, we have probably at least an hour, if not more. Hope everybody is rested from their weekend. I feel pretty good. It was nice to have those 3 days off. I missed you guys, of course. I always miss our chat. But it was also nice to take off. We did a lot of work on the back end. I did the 1 year anniversary stream. I got that sorted out. We got some other smaller projects we've been working on completed. So I didn't do any yard work, which I was happy not to do. That's going to be next weekend. But yeah, it was pretty cool. It was good. It was a good weekend. Good weekend to recharge. It's always good to recharge. Deanna, I think I'm getting too old for pool parties, or maybe just the alcohol they serve, right? Pool parties are always fun. Just waiting for the feed to kick in. Ruby saying her granddaughter did great at her first birthday party. Very nice. Oh, well, hello. Hi, you were going to say hello to everybody? That was... Oops. Super Ball saying hello. Hi. Hi. Come here and say hello. Okay. You're going to sit right on my stuff. Here, come say hello. Dude, come say hello. Say hi. Nope. Just not going to say hello. Hi. Okay. I have to pay attention to my feed here. Little Super Ball. Furry greetings. Irish Amy says furry greetings to you. Furry greetings to you. There she is. Say hi. Yeah. Oh, that's a good girl. Ruby saying good morning to you. Yeah. This is Super Ball. She when she wants attention, she gets attention. You did reorganize your kitchen? Wow. That's impressive. All right, where is the feed, you guys? Interesting captures? She is adorable. Thank you. Oh, Marty, Sunday was your high holy day? Wow, the Grand Prix of Monaco and the Indy and the Coke 600. Where's the Coke 600? Where was that? Was that here in the States? I can't imagine they'd have another race that would go up against the Indy 500. I went to that as a kid. That was kind of fun. I was about 13 or so. I think, 12 or 13. My parents went. I brought one of my best friends, and I went to, I can't remember who won. I don't remember what year it was. I suppose I could look it up. But that was fun. One of those things that was fun to do. Animals always come first. Yes, they do. Interesting. Irish Amy says, I only went to the theater and had to have a load of caffeine to stay awake even though the play was good. OnlyFans says he worked, slept. Oh, you worked and you slept, and Deanna organized her kitchen. Okay, so the Coke 600s in Charlottesville. Okay, that must not was that could have been on the same day as the Indy 500, right? Was that like maybe Saturday or Sunday? Hey Shay, good to see you. Kathy, mom is doing well. Expecting mom she's doing well. She's inside right now. It's gonna be 95 today, so we brought her inside. She was outside for a little bit this morning, and she's inside right now. She's gonna give birth any minute, any day. She's in her 9th week, which they say that's the week. That's how far. That's their gestation period. So we have set up 2 boxes, cardboard boxes with blankets, wee pads, towels. Then we got a we were gifted a pool, so we have like a little pool in case she wants to be out in the open, and that of course has wee pads, blankets, towels, the whole 9 yards. So she has 3 places she can go to. 2 are enclosed, and she's already been in them, putting her her scent down. We also have a teepee. We got another gift of a teepee. And she's been in there as well. It's literally like this little teepee. It's so cute. So we've set up a few places for her. Let's say, Marty, so Monaco was at 9, Indy was at noon, 600 was at 4:30. Wow, all in the same day. Holy smokes. That's amazing. I was going to say, I didn't think they'd have them at the same time to compete with each other, but wow. Marty, that's amazing. So you were definitely in your... So you just watched car races all day? That's pretty cool. All right, where is this feed? Where is my feed? Wait a minute. Don't tell me let me find... Please tell me that local channel's still going to do it. Hold on. Let me just do some... All right, just looking at just making sure our feed's not kicking in, although I suppose Newton will let us know. Our guy Newton will let us know. Deanna looking for flexing. There's definitely flexing. There, Deanna. There you go. Is that a good emoji for you? There's the flex. Hey, Gordon. Good to see you. How are you doing today? Hope you had a good weekend. Nomad, your hubby worked for Coca-Cola at the time, and we went every single year. Nice. One year, we got surprised with Muhammad Ali coming into it. Wow, into the Coca-Cola suite. That's pretty cool. Was that while he was still boxing, or no? Was that after he was boxing? Shay is getting ready for a long road trip with the pups. Very cool. Deanna, you're still inebriated? That good of a party, huh? They have never been this late. Right? You guys, they've never been this late. After he was no longer able to talk. Oh, that's too bad. Right? This court has never been this late. Makes me nervous. All right. Yeah, there you go. Deanna found it. Yep, they're never this late. So Newton, what is happening? Anything going on that we should be aware of? What do you say, Newton? Anything going on in the courtroom that we need to know about? Deanna says our HOA has a community center with pools and a full bar. They had a DJ and it was a blast, but I didn't eat beforehand. Ooh. Interrogation video skipping. Hutchinson restarted his computer. Okay. Why are they not showing it? Oh. Nobody else has it either.
Non-crime gave up on it altogether.
Yep. Extra family members today. Let's hope somebody flips the switch. Let's hope somebody flips the switch for us. Not yet, Northwest. They haven't given us a feed yet. Keep refreshing it every 5 seconds. Let's hope they didn't forget about us. We do want to watch this trial. Hello, we want to watch this trial. 170.
Okay.
Oh, come on. Please. Broadcast this trial. Stream it. Well, I hope they didn't cancel it for tomorrow. Tuesday through Friday, we're supposed to be full days. Sure, Christine. I wish it were that easy. Hello, would you mind telling the judge that we... yeah, because Newton is there. Newton is there. And my notes say Tuesday through Friday, full days. And Newton is there. He's in the courtroom. They just haven't flipped the switch yet. Newton, I don't know if you can tell the local affiliate there to flip the switch. Somebody needs to tell the local channel to flip the switch. Yeah, I wish it were that easy, Christina, just to say, hey, courtroom, please pay attention to us. If only it were that easy. But yeah, no. We have the cameraman there, but they haven't flipped the switch. That's all it is somebody just has to literally flip a switch. Hey, Brenda, how are you? Marty says maybe having a sidebar off the record. It's possible. It literally is somebody just flipping a switch. Even before the last week, even if they weren't talking, if at 9:30 their time, 12:30 our time, they would at least show us the seal. So to me, somebody forgot to flip a switch. Somebody's just not paying attention. Yeah, Newton, let's tag Newton, see what he can do in there. All right, Newton, there's no stream here. Is there any way to alert this station? That's where I am. That's where I am, and I'm on their YouTube channel, which is where I've been the entire time.
Come into American Furniture Galleries and see our massive inventory at all 4 locations. The best selection.
It all has to do with just a switch. That's all it is. They just gotta. It's literally all it is. The feed is going out there. They just have to say, boink. Yep. Remember what happened last, I think it was Thursday or Friday, where they let it play and then they cut it off and then they played it again? This is not, no, because they have commercials and not going to go there. They played a commercial and we'll get zapped for that. Let me try it again. Let me see what's over here. I'm just on their website, see if it's anything. And they're just showing commercials, of course. Hold on. So this is, all right, let me try this. Let me see if I can get this to work. Yeah, there's it's not working. Looks like I need it to be on the YouTube channel because the website is not, they're playing it over there. It's just not, it's not coming through here. Yep. Well, that's aggravating. Okay, here we go. Maybe this will work. Okay, let's try this.
I feel like you telling me what happened is gonna get some weight off your shoulders. And hopefully help you feel better. No, I'm not sure what happened.
Can you stop it, counsel?
What do you?
Okay, so we're getting the audio, right? But I don't see the video other than a still picture and getting two screens, but it doesn't look to me like there's any movement. Of course, we're not seeing those blue boxes anymore.
I think they're just sitting still, but
Maybe. I don't know, it looks almost like the video's frozen to me, but in any event, it's your exhibit, and so if you want to keep playing it, that's fine.
play for a few more minutes.
Right, okay. I don't understand why we're not getting it the way we did the last day. Obviously, you don't understand it either, otherwise you'd be doing it. So, all right, well, I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Go ahead.
You mean you're not sure what happened? Do you feel like you're having an out-of-body experience? No. Just, Hey, John. You can talk to me, it's okay. So what was it? It wasn't an out-of-body experience. Did you mean to kill him? You're shaking your head no. Did you mean to kill him? No. What did you mean to do? You mean to hurt him? So why did you stab him multiple times? I didn't stab. I didn't stab him. So what did you do then if you didn't stab him and you ended up with a bunch of stab wounds? Do you have another term for it? I'm using the word stab. Maybe use the word cut. No, I'm not sure on that. You don't know? Did you mean to kill him? No, Did you know that he died? No. You didn't know that he died? No. What did you do to the man in the park, in Central Park? What do you remember happening? Like, help me understand, because hey John, I wasn't there, okay? It was just you and him. So can you tell me what happened? I'm not sure. What do you mean you're not sure? I wasn't were you drunk? No, I wasn't in Central Park. You weren't in Central Park? No. You were in Central Park, John. This is not Central Park. This is Sycamore Park, and we'll get to that. So this is Central Park. Yep, that's not Central Park. So this is Central Park. Do you recognize this picture? This is Central Park. There's a carousel on the playground. Yeah. Okay. You recognize this photo? Yeah. Okay. So Wednesday evening, Thursday morning, you were there. How did you, John, Do you know what I mean? Instead of that?
Mm-hmm.
How did you, hold on, okay. The homeless person that was sitting on that bench died. How did he die?
I'm not sure.
What did you do to that homeless man?
I didn't do anything.
You didn't do anything to that homeless man.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you lying? I know that you're lying.
No.
No?
Mm-hmm.
You just don't want to tell me the truth?
No, I didn't do anything.
Do you have, hey Joe, I just want to make sure you hear me. And so when you're looking away from me, I can't tell. So, do you have an issue with, Joe, do you have an issue with homeless people or people that live on the street? Like, do you not like them?
No, I don't have any issues with them.
You don't have any issues with them?
Mm-hmm.
So then why would you harm them?
Why would I harm them?
Okay. So you know why we're here, right?
Yeah.
Is there a reason that you don't want to tell me what happened?
No.
There's not a reason?
No.
Okay, let's go back a little bit. Let's get away from Central Park, okay? So I talked to you earlier about the tent that was near the railroad tracks in downtown.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you recognize this photo and where this is at? So this is like the downtown area, the railroad tracks go into downtown. There's a PG&E yard.
No.
You don't recognize this area? Okay, well then you talked about a tent, right? That you went up to on
Detective, when did Mr. Dominguez talk about a tent that he went up to?
I'm not exactly sure. I know we talked about a tent earlier with him, but I don't remember exactly what he said.
So at some point earlier, is your testimony that he said he went up to a tent?
That's what I said here. I don't know if he said that prior.
Well, we've been watching this whole video. My question is, do you ever recall him saying that? Or was it simply you were telling him he went up to a tent?
It might have been me just telling him that he went up to a tent.
Make sure I get my dates right. Monday night. Remember when we talked about it earlier?
Yeah.
And then you went up to a tent
Mm-hmm.
and you hurt a lady? Do you remember we had this conversation earlier?
Yeah.
So what happened at this tent? This is where the tent was, in this general area where the circle is. What happened at this tent? Did you know who was in this tent?
No.
Did you know there was a person inside of it?
No.
So why would you cut it open? Jeff, why would you cut it open? Can you tell me why you would cut it open?
No, I didn't cut it open either. Mm-hmm.
It's easier just to be honest with me. You said you were at the maroon tent earlier.
Okay, when did he say, quote, I was at the maroon tent?
He didn't.
Who said that?
I just said that.
But you just said earlier he said you were at the maroon tent. Do you recall ever hearing Mr. Alice Dominguez say, I was at the maroon tent?
I don't.
Those are your words.
I believe those are my words.
You're wearing almost what appears to be the same clothes, maybe different shoes. You're on surveillance camera. Let's see, I believe it's in front of this building at one point. You're on surveillance video. And there's a lady that got hurt. I've been honest with you the whole time. I'm not making this stuff up. I'm just trying to figure out why. Just trying to figure out why. Like, to help me understand. It's like you just all of a sudden got into this rage, or I don't want to put words in your mouth. I just want to try to understand why 2 people have died. And one that's in critical condition. Like, why these 3 people? Was it random that you killed 2 people and injured 1?
No.
It wasn't random? So why then? Jim, why then? Why these 3 people? John, why these 3 people?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure when he targeted them? You just don't know why that you picked those 3 people? No, what?
I'm not sure, like, what,
Was it just like,
the 3, like, I don't know, what, you're like, yeah, I'm not sure.
you're not sure what? You didn't pick those 3 people? They were just there at the time when you decided to do this?
No, I didn't do, like what you're saying. I'm not sure like what it has to do with like the 2 and like the teenager.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you. Just help me understand it. Certain people, like John, certain people are into things. Like, I like to golf. I like to come to work most of the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
I like hanging out with friends. I like listening to music. Is this a thing that you like doing?
No.
So why did you hurt these people? John, it's okay. I'm just trying to figure out what happened. Did you want to keep looking at this? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You're not sure why you did this?
No, I'm not sure what the 2 people have to do with. Like, we were trying to like describe the 2 and
I'm sorry, I guess I don't understand what you're saying. What's that?
I'm not sure like what you were trying to describe.
I'm trying to figure out, what happened and why you did what you did. That's really what I'm here for. That's my job. Okay, I'm here to try to understand. and maybe you can explain it so I can understand, other people can understand. Like maybe you have a reason for this. Maybe you didn't. Did these people attack you?
No.
So, can you explain why you attacked them?
No.
You can't explain why?
No.
Can you try to explain why? Did you think it would make you feel better about your situation with school?
No.
Can you tell me why, John? Any part of why? Like you wanted to see what it was like?
No.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, John. I want you to tell me why. Any way you can describe why. You're watching a movie and you're like, you know what, I'm going to go to the park and I'm going to kill someone.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I'm not sure. How I would.
What's that?
I'm not sure how you explain. How things happen. Or why, they got hurt, or
You can't explain it, even though you're the one that did it? I'm confused.
no.
No what?
No, I would know how to explain it.
Do you remember how many times? Do you remember how many times you hurt this person with a knife?
No.
You don't remember how many times?
No.
How many, if you could take a guess, would it be 1 or 2 or 20? How many times? This is the person by the carousel and the playground. How many times did you hurt this person? Take it, what do you think? 5 times you hurt him? 10 times? 20 times?
No, I don't know.
You don't know how many times?
No.
Too many to count?
No.
So if you were to guess how many times you hurt this man at the Central Park, how many times? Take your best guess. If you don't remember a number, was it 1 time that you hurt him?
If I was to hurt him, I don't know.
You just don't want to tell me?
No. No, I'm not sure.
What do you mean you're not sure? What are you not sure about?
How you said, how many times, probably. carry on.
So this person had over 29 cuts to their body, okay? Injuries to their body from a sharp object. That's what I'm asking. John, that's what I'm asking. Was it with the knife that we had in the bag that you had? Or was it with something else? Was somebody else with you?
No. No.
Nobody else was with you? You were by yourself?
Yeah.
You were by yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there anybody else in the park?
No.
Was it just the guy sitting on the bench or laying down on the bench?
No, I'm not sure.
What do you mean you're not sure?
I wasn't I don't know how, I got to, I don't usually walk there, but if I would, I would just, go out on, the pavement. I've been to the farmer's market, I know the area a bit, but I don't know about, the bench and, maybe it was, doing that.
Hey, John. What happened at the park with that man that was sitting on that bench or in that general area? What happened with you and him? Did you guys get in an argument?
No.
Was he asleep?
No. I didn't see anyone.
Did you see someone that you killed though?
No.
Did you kill that man?
No.
John, did you?
I didn't.
So, if you didn't, who did?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? John, it's okay to be honest. I don't know if something in your head is telling you to do this.
No.
No what? No doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know what that means. What question are you even answering?
Your question totally told me because there was something in my head. I don't think so.
Was it Carlos, the other guy that you used to be? Was it him that did it?
No. I don't, I consider myself one person.
Okay. You're John, right?
Yeah.
Where'd you get that name again?
It's within my name.
It's within your name?
Yeah.
We're not going to talk about where Sycamore Park is. We've already established that. That's right out by your house, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, there was a guy that died in this park. Do you remember that?
No.
So can you tell me about the guy that died in this park?
No. I'm not a fool. I'm not aware of that.
You're not a fool?
I'm not aware of what you're saying.
But you saw it on the, you saw it on your computer, you saw it on the alert. John, you were in this park today with a large knife, okay? Were you not? You were in this park today with a large knife in your bag. Yes? Or no?
Yeah.
Okay. riding a bike to this park the other night before he died. What happened? Did you guys get into an argument?
No.
Do you know this man?
No, I don't.
So why this man? Why this man and not somebody else? So, why this man? Why was this man that was riding a bike through the park? Why this man? Why hurt him? John, can you help me understand?
Yeah, no, I'm not sure.
What are you not sure about? You're not sure why you did it? Is that why?
No.
So what are you sure about?
I'm not sure about like the bike and.
Okay, this man was stabbed in the park, or cut, or shanked, or you can use whatever term. I don't know what term you prefer. I can use whatever. Is there a term that you prefer I could use?
No.
Okay, so there's a man cut with a knife in this park. There was a person that lives nearby, okay? So when this person was being stabbed, that person came over and thought there was a bike accident. Do you remember this?
No.
Do you remember leaving the scene?
No.
You don't remember that?
No.
You don't remember getting on the victim that died? You don't remember getting on their bike? John?
No.
You don't remember getting on their bike and going over this bridge here?
No, I don't.
So you know what happened, we talked about DNA before, right?
Yeah.
You know what happens when you hurt someone or kill someone with numerous stab wounds? That blood transfers to you, or the person that did this, right? And then you jumping on this bike, then the bike is covered in blood, and DNA, and fingerprints. What else? Okay? So why would your DNA be on that bike?
Like to, I'm not sure. Like,
Hey John, why would your DNA be on that bike? Can you tell me why?
no, I can't.
You can't tell me why it's not on there? Or why it would be on there?
No.
How you doing? You okay?
Yeah.
I know I talked to you a little bit earlier. Do you have any mental health issues?
No.
Have you ever been diagnosed with anything?
No.
Like schizophrenia or bipolar or anything like that?
No.
Have you ever been to the hospital?
Yeah.
Have you ever been to the hospital? What were you at the hospital for?
I've been there like for 1 year.
For what?
I've been there for like checkups, like whatever.
Have you ever been there for like a mental illness?
No.
Okay. Do you know the difference between right and wrong?
Sergeant Muscardini, you just heard a part where you start asking Mr. Dominguez if he had a mental illness or if he'd been diagnosed with anything,
Yes.
and you specifically asked him if he'd been diagnosed with schizophrenia.
Yes.
You already testified that you had not received any training in recognizing the symptoms of schizophrenia, but had you heard of schizophrenia at the time of this interview?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, obviously you mentioned it. Did you know, what did you think schizophrenia was at the time of this interview? What was your understanding of what that term meant?
I didn't. It's a question that I ask on a regular basis in my line of work.
What was your general understanding, though, on May 3rd at about 10 p.m. about what schizophrenia was?
That it's a mental illness.
Beyond knowing that it was a mental illness, did you have any other knowledge about it at that time?
No.
So what caused you at this point to stop and start asking Mr. Dominguez about whether he had any mental illness, whether he'd been hospitalized for mental illness? Why did you ask those questions at this point?
I don't remember why I asked him at that time.
Had you, I'm not asking about it right now, but on May 3rd at 10 p.m., had you observed behavior in Mr. Dominguez that caused you to believe he may have a mental illness of some kind?
Yes, potentially.
What did you observe? Once again, I'm thinking your thought process is on May 3rd. What had you observed that caused you to believe he may potentially have a mental illness?
So he was slow to answer questions, sometimes even simple questions or more difficult questions. So he would say, pause, and then he would answer the question. And that was throughout the interview.
Anything else that you noticed at that time that struck you as unusual?
No.
When he denied that he had a mental illness, were you aware that denial of mental illness is a common symptom of schizophrenia?
I was not.
So that's now not fully until next time. Like I feel like that's like the right and wrong.
Like, what's something that is wrong?
I'll say something like not good.
And what does that mean to you? What's not good?
I think it to me, not good. It's like doing things you don't want, or if it feel like if it's wrong, you also know not to do it. So that's why, yeah, I'm not sure.
So is it wrong to steal from a store?
No.
It's not wrong?
I say if it's for because of something else, then I say what would be wrong with him.
Is it wrong to break into someone's house?
Yeah.
Is it wrong to kill someone?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think cheating on a test is wrong?
No. I mean,
Why isn't it wrong?
I'll say, like, I'll say that it is wrong because, like, I mean, like, the work is there and, like, it doesn't, like,
Is it? Do you take any medications? Like prescribed medications or any other things?
no.
Have you ever taken medication?
No.
You've never been diagnosed with anything, you've never been hospitalized. What about your family? Have they ever been diagnosed with anything that you know of? With a mental illness or anything?
No.
Detective Muscardine, why are you asking about whether someone in his family has been diagnosed with a mental illness?
I don't know.
At that time, did you have some knowledge that some mental illnesses can be genetic or have a genetic component?
Potentially. I didn't know if that's why I asked it, but I believe that is a possibility.
Is there a reason you're not telling me everything? Are you worried about getting in trouble? Are you worried about going to jail?
No. I'm just, like trying to, answer, like, to your questions, like, what about you're trying to, like, say.
Is there anything at your house that you're worried about us finding?
No.
So if we went to your house, there's nothing that concerns you?
No.
No? Where did you go after you got on the bike and rode it over this bridge? Where did you go? So you left the bike right about here, this little bench there. Where did you go after that? Can you help me on the map? You can either draw a line or,
I didn't go anywhere.
John. I've been honest with you. Is there any reason you're not being completely honest with me?
No.
Alright, John. Do you have any questions for me right now? You don't have any questions?
Can I see what time?
It is 10 o'clock. You normally out walking by now?
No, I just, have some school. Had a test, but,
You have a test?
yeah. Or I have to prepare for a test.
Okay.
Okay. Detective Muscardine, at this point, you've been in this interview with him for almost 5 hours.
Yes.
You've accused him of 3 stabbings, including 2 homicides.
Yes.
And you heard him, he's concerned about a test he had to take.
Yes.
Did that strike you as unusual?
Yes.
At that moment, did it appear that he had any insight into the situation he was in?
I did not.
So you know why we're here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And why are we here?
For questioning what's been going on around you.
Yeah, what's been going on around Davis?
Like the crime alert. Like the crime that's been happening.
The crime? Do you know a crime?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know that because of you being in here today and the questions we've asked you, or because you looked it up online, or because you're the one that did these crimes?
No, because of like what you like.
Did you know that there's cameras across from Central Park that are at the church?
Yeah.
Right. See, this is Davis Community Church. Have you ever been there?
No.
Okay, did you know there's cameras on this side that weren't directly at the park?
No.
Can you see why that would be an issue?
Yeah.
And why would that be an issue?
I'm not sure.
Well, you said yes, it would be an issue. Are you concerned that you would be on video?
No. I would say that it would be an issue because, like, just like the cameras, like, how there's like a lot of cameras, but it wouldn't be an issue because it's like this.
Did you know that, I just want to make sure we're looking at the right map here. Did you know that the person that died here was a student?
No.
Were you upset when you found out that he was a student and not a homeless person?
Yeah.
Why were you upset?
Because of like looks like a wife that passed away.
So you wish he was a homeless person?
No.
But you thought at the time it was?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't what?
I didn't think like it was like real life.
You didn't think of it at the time that you... So you didn't think of it at the time that you killed him, you thought he was a homeless person?
No.
No what?
I don't know, like what made me upset. But like, I'll say like, because it looks like, because of like the student.
So when you found out that you killed a UC Davis student, that made you upset?
No, I didn't. It just made me upset when I said like, something about like the homeless and like the student.
So you wish it was more a homeless person than a student? Like if you had to choose one, it would be a homeless person?
I don't know.
You don't know? Why do you not like homeless people?
I don't have any particular hate or like
You're sure?
homeless people, yeah.
Do you think it's hateful to kill people?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure if it's hateful?
I think, yeah.
Yeah, what?
I think like there could be hate. But yeah, I'm not like mad or like I don't have like any like negative feelings towards homeless people.
John, did you kill 2 people and try to kill a 3rd because you were going to be homeless?
No.
So then why did you kill 2 people and attempt to kill another person?
I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
So who did?
I don't know.
Was it your body though that killed those people?
No.
Was it your soul? Was it your brain? What was it?
No.
Was it your hand?
No.
So what was it? Help me understand.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how to like help you like understand.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's happening.
You don't know what's happening?
No. I don't know,
Well, 2 people died, and 1 person is in critical condition. And you were at all 3 locations. John, can you answer the question?
yeah.
Where were you at all 3 locations? Central Park, Sycamore Park, and 2nd and L Street.
I wouldn't know.
What do you mean you wouldn't know?
Like why I would be like at those locations.
Well, you don't say why you were there, but you were there. So I'm just trying to figure it out. You always said you were here. You always said you were here. And you said you were here. And you're on camera here. And you're on camera from here. And over here. Where you dropped the bike that you were riding after you were covered in blood. And you were here on camera here. And throughout the whole downtown area on a bike. So what do you think? John. Can you tell me why? What's going on, man?
No, I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
No.
What are you not sure about? What are you not sure about?
Probably. Like the places.
What's that mean? So the place is right here. This is where the tent was that you got through. Okay, and it's all red map. So maybe you've never been here before. You're definitely sure about this place because you were there today, and you know where Central Park is. So what are you not sure about? You have blood on your sweatshirt on one side. So what are you not sure about? You have a giant cut on your hand. You have a bunch of other cuts on your other fingers that are already scabbing over. So what are you not sure about? You're not sure about telling me, or what are you not sure about? John, Mayor, what are you not sure about?
Detective Muscardini, was this the first point when you got in closer that you noticed there was blood on the sweatshirt? Or had you noticed it earlier?
I don't remember when I noticed it, to be honest with you.
Where could you see it when you got in closer to Mr. Dominguez?
I don't remember where it was at.
Whether you want to tell me or not?
No, I'm not sure about like the places and yeah, I'm not sure.
What are you not sure about the places? Okay, take the places out of it. Okay? How many people did you cut or stab in the last 5 days?
I didn't stab anyone.
You didn't stab anyone?
No.
What did you do? How did 2 people die? John, how did 2 people die? John, how did 2 people die? Was it an accident? You're shaking your head now.
No, I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. So why is there blood on your sword?
Okay, you mark your spot?
Yes.
Okay, just a moment. Lights. And then the blinds as well. Okay, folks, we're going to take a break at this time. And remember the 3-part admonition, and I'll see you on the other side of the break. Thank you, folks. Off the record. Thank you, Council.
All right, so while they take their break, we can go through what we've heard so far. And he is very difficult to understand, but hopefully I was able to hear a few things. So it starts off with, because we missed the first couple minutes or so, comes in with, do you have an issue with homeless people? He says no. Then why would you harm them? You know why we're here? Yeah. Is there a reason you don't want to tell us what happened? No. You went up to a tent. Okay, so this was the question. Okay, so you went up to a tent. Why would you open the tent? Can you tell me why? He says, I didn't cut the tent. So, okay, so the Hutchinson jumped in and said, you just said you went up to a tent. Did Carlos ever said that? And he said, no, Carlos never said that. So the detective has been putting words and phrases into Carlos's head throughout this entire thing for whatever that's worth. I was at the tent. Who said that? Carlos never said that. Was it random? Oh, then it goes back to, was it random? No. Why them? Why these three people? He mumbles something. Detective says, I can't understand you. Why did you attack them? He says, no. You can't explain why? He says, no. Did you want to see what it was like? He says, no. I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I want you to tell me why. The person on the carousel, how many times did you hurt this person? What do you think? Was it 5 times, 10 times, 20 times? Carlos says, I don't know. Did you delete that man? If you didn't, then who did? He says, I'm not sure. Was it Carlos who did it? He says, no, because he keeps calling him John. He's like, you're John, right? Where'd you get that name? He says, it's within my name. Tell me about the guy who was riding his bike through the park. Did you get in an argument? He says, no. Did you know this man? He says, no. Why this man and not someone else? Can you help me understand? Carlos says, I'm not sure. The man was cut with a knife in the park. Do you remember leaving the scene? He says, no. He doesn't remember getting on the bike and riding away. Why would your DNA be on that bike? I don't know. Do you have mental health issues? He says, no. Have you ever been diagnosed with schizophrenia or bipolar? He says, no. Have you ever been to a hospital for mental illness? He says, no. Do you know the difference between right or wrong? And then Mr. Hutchinson jumps up. What do you think schizophrenia meant? He says, I don't know. It's a question I ask in my line of work. Then he says, well, schizophrenia is a mental illness. What caused you to ask at this point? This is Hutchinson asking the detective. I don't remember why I asked at that point. So May 3rd at 10 p.m., you had observed behavior that would be mental illness? He's like, yes, potentially. What did you observe? Well, detective says Carlos was slow to answer questions. He would go, pause, and then answer. When he denied having a mental illness, did you know that was a symptom? Detective says, I did not. So we go back to the video. Then Carlos goes, not good to me is, because he asked him, what do you know the difference between right and wrong? And he's like, not good to me is, and then he kind of mumbles. Is it wrong to break into someone's house? Carlos says, yes. Detective says, is it wrong to kill somebody? Carlos says, yes. Do you think cheating on a test is wrong? Carlos says, no. Detective says, well, why? And then Carlos says, I would say it is wrong. So he changed his mind there. Does anyone in your family have a mental illness? Hutchinson pops in and says, why did you ask if anyone in his family had a mental illness? And he's like, yeah, I don't know. So then back to the video. Is there anything at your house that you don't want us to find? Carlos is like, no. Where did you go after the bench in the park? He says, I didn't go anywhere. Then detective says, do you have any questions for me? And of course, he says no. It's 10 p.m. No, he says, it's 10. Are you usually out walking? I'm working. Are you usually out walking? Walking now? And Carlos says, I have a test. So he keeps going back to that. I'm in school. I have a test. I got to study for a test. Hutchinson asks, it's so almost 5 hours and you've talked about 3 stabbings, and his response is about taking a test. Does that surprise you? Did you find that unusual? Detective's like, yes. I mean, that's all Carlos is thinking about. School. Goes back to the video. You know why you're here. And Carlos says, for questioning about the crime that's been happening. Did you look it up online or because you did them? Didn't answer that. Did you know there are cameras by Central Park? Carlos says, no. Can you see why that would be an issue? He says, yeah. And detective asks, well, why? Why do you think that's an issue? Didn't answer that one. Did you know the person that died was a student? He says, no. Were you upset he was a student and not a homeless person? He says, yeah. Why were you upset? Carlos says, I thought it was a homeless person. Do you wish it was a homeless person? And then he's like, no. So he's trying to steer him, trying to get him to, does he have animosity towards homeless people? You wished it was more a homeless person than a student? He says, I don't know. Why don't you like homeless people? Then Carlos says, I don't have a particular hate for homeless people. I'm not mad or have negative feelings towards homeless people. Then the detective says, John, did you delete 2 people because you thought you were going to be homeless? He says, I didn't kill them. So you did? I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. I did kill them. So you did? He says, I don't know. Was it your body that killed these people? He's like, no. Was it your soul or your brain? He says, no. Was it your hand? No. So what was it? Help me understand. Carlos is like, what's happening? You don't know what's happening? He says, no. 2 people have died and 1 is in critical condition, and you were at all 3 locations. Then detective asks, what's going on again? Carlos says, I'm not sure. What are you not sure about? Then they get back to a question. Hutchinson stops the video. Is this the first point you noticed blood on his sweatshirt? He says, I don't remember. Back to the video. So how many people did you cut or stab in the last 5 days? Carlos is like, I didn't stab anyone. You didn't stab anyone? He says, no. Then how did 2 people die? He's like, was it an accident? Then the detective's like, well, you're shaking your head no. So why is there blood on your hands? And then this is where the judge steps in. So interesting. All right. Sorry, I'm just trying to find. What is it? KRs. Okay. They may have it back on their YouTube channel. Let's see if that happens or not. I mean, I guess. All right. Baka, love the squee caps. Thank you. Appreciate that. Literally the best recap. Thank you, Capri Law. Shirley Roth, great detectives need more training in mental health area. Lily Wayne, I'm so thankful for Squeegee's recaps. He hears what I miss. Widespread panic. He just figured that homeless people wouldn't be as big a deal as deleting someone with more connections to the community. Northwest, it was an interrogation, not a therapy session. That is true. Widespread panic. There's a lot I missed, probably because I was battling my cat for possession of your keyboard tray. Yep. Lily Wayne, I don't get most of what is being said in the interrogation. It's hard. He's mumbling. He mumbles a lot. He mumbles a lot of like, I don't know. I mean, he's just so hard to understand. Northwest, law enforcement job is to get the information and maybe a confession. Law enforcement's job is not to diagnose mental health. Law enforcement needs to know enough about mental illness to see, react, de-escalate immediate threats. I wonder why at this point they don't have somebody there talking with him, right? I mean, I think at this point I would be like, either he's trying to snow me or he's got a mental health issue. So why don't they bring in someone, you know? Thank you, Ruby. I'm glad you appreciate the recaps. I enjoy giving them to you. Like, I'm wondering why they don't bring in, is it just resources that they don't have? Every time they interview somebody, they can't bring in somebody to see if they're, mentally unstable or whatever? I would think at this point, 5 hours in, he himself said he started to ask Carlos about mental illnesses. Like, can they bring somebody in right now just to be like, should we just get somebody in to have them test it out? Therapist says she agrees. Northwest says that's not how interrogations work. Deanna says he wasn't arrested yet. Run with Scissors. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Chris, for the recap. I'm auditing courts this week and just listening. Very cool. It should be how they work. Yeah, I would be okay with that. I mean, why not bring them in sooner than later? Why not bring them in now? If that's how an interrogation works or not works, why not bring in somebody who's a professional who can be like, okay. And it doesn't have to be full-blown test, but I'm sure just talking to somebody for a half hour, you'd be able to say, okay, this person's got issues. We need to address it in a different way. So that's what I'm suggesting. I guess watching these trials, I see more policy change than I see anything else. Like, law enforcement could act a certain way. They could have policy changes. They could get more resources to help them understand mental health a little bit better, or just in a different way, I guess. Shay says, still listening while driving. Great coverage. Thank you, Shay. Appreciate that. Irish Amy, do they have an appropriate adult system in the U.S.? We have someone who sits with vulnerable adults while they are questioned. I have no idea. That I do not know. Shirley Roth, they want a guilty verdict no matter what. They really don't care about anyone's mental health. That would be, yeah. Only fan, I have more issues with putting words into a suspect's mouth rather than his mental state at this point. Do you guys hear Super Ball snoring? She's over here snoring. Snorri Super Ball. Resources require funding, Fala says. Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're not going to get into that, but I think that's probably what one thing could happen. I think certain allocations could be sent towards that versus other allocations, and I'll just leave it with that. Therapist, which also aligns with a lot of the people that watch these trials. Irish Amy, is that Super Ball? You thought it was a motorbike? Yep, that's her. Here, I'll show you. Do you hear her? That's totally Super Ball snoring up a storm. Yes, Father. That's why I left it at that. Yeah, you thought it was you snoring, Lily Wayne? No, that's Super Ball. That's a sweet little kitty. All right. Yeah. Irish Amy saying hello, sweet little kitty. So we're just waiting for them to come back. I have their website as well as their YouTube, YouTube page. So I am ready. For them. Ruby, you can hear her? Yeah. Northwest, I'm not sure how bringing in a mental health professional into an interrogation would work. It's eval for law enforcement. Is eval for law enforcement benefit or suspects? I would think both. Sorry, I just sneezed. I would think it would help both, because then you would know what you're dealing with if you're law enforcement, and then you could get proper help for somebody who is not altogether there. So to me, I think it would help both. I would think. JWD, is Rafa the dad? No, sadly, no. We were hoping, but not the case. Dwayne says, I hear Super Bowl. That was me 4 hours ago. Nice. Zach saying it's a very nice day. Northwest, in longer term cases, a psychologist can be consulted for best approach to get confession information. Absolutely. I just wish it came in earlier. That's all I'm saying. I think it could be. I have no reason why to think that it wouldn't. I'm not law enforcement. I can't speak for them. But that way they know what they're dealing with straight away. OnlyFan going... Oh, it looks like they're back.
And I did want to say to the jury, just be patient. This particular piece of evidence, it requires a certain amount of attention. It's a little different because you're not interacting with a human being listening to testimony or watching the video. You'll decide what to make of the video when it's done. That'll be your job. So please give it the same attention that you would to any piece of evidence, just like you were hearing testimony, okay? All right, Mr. Hutchinson.
The court wants to
Question. Why's your blood on your sweatshirt? Is that from Monday night? So what's it from?
It's not her. Like, I'm not like.
So John, you realize that we're going to take a sample of your blood, of that blood that's on your sweatshirt? So who's that going to be?
No one.
So who's, if you have blood on your sweatshirt, it has to be someone. So who's it going to be? Is it going to be the person at 10? Is it going to be her blood?
No.
Is it going to be the person's blood here at Sycamore Park?
No.
Is it going to be the person's blood from Central Park?
No.
So whose blood is it going to be?
I'm not sure.
Who's going to be? Is there another person that we don't know about?
No.
There's not?
No.
Are you telling me that because you know that there's not?
No, because there's like no.
Or because you haven't heard anybody yet?
No. Like I don't have anyone.
Okay, so you're going to tell me you didn't hurt these people? So you were standing outside this lady's tent and you didn't hurt her?
No.
So who hurt her then? If you're standing outside of her tent and then she magically gets hurt? So you're standing out of her tent and she magically gets hurt. Is that what you're telling me?
Sir, at this point, have you ever heard Mr. Dominguez say, quote, I was standing outside her tent, or are you the only person who keeps saying that?
Just me.
No.
Are you upset because she did not die?
No.
Were you trying to kill her?
No.
Why would you kill these people in secluded parks and then go over here where there's multiple people? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you answer that? Why you would go to these parks where it's that dark when there's nobody around? You don't think anybody's gonna see it? You didn't expect to be confronted by the person here? You didn't plan on killing her bike, right?
No, I didn't
You didn't take her bike?
plan on doing that.
What's that? What did you plan on doing? You planned on killing that person and just leaving?
No.
What did you plan on doing? John, it's okay. You can tell me.
Detective Muscardini, at this point, if you know, has Detective Ramos been outside, somebody watching through the two-way mirror, or was he off doing something else, if you know?
I have no idea.
But there were people watching through the two-way mirror?
I don't know. At certain points there were. I don't know if there was someone in there the entire time.
And we see a mirror in the bottom caption. Is that the two-way mirror?
Yes.
So there's a room on the other side of that mirror?
Yes.
And people can stand there and watch and hear the interview as it's happening?
Correct.
Do you need to be in here? Yeah. Yeah, you want me to go grab water? Okay. Do you need anything? Food? Oh, sure. The only person I know that goes the whole day without eating or drinking water. You still doesn't have you. Well, you still doesn't have you. All right. All right, how are you doing? How you doing?
Detective Muscardini, I want you to watch this video until you come back in. And I'm going to ask you whether you were observing this through the two-way mirror or not.
Okay.
If you recall.
What is going on? See the maps out here, you guys went for some...
Yeah, it was like
Did you know all these places? You're familiar with them all?
yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember that Saturday night you got that?
Oh yeah.
What about the ones you went to that are older? Like
those I'm not sure how.
you're not sure if it's the same thing? I'm sure it's not the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like these question apples.
Yeah, these I'm not sure.
You're not sure yet, those?
No.
And then those? A couple quick questions, nothing gonna be non-question stuff about what's going on. But we're starting to get to the point where it's time to move on. So what we're gonna do in a few minutes is have you guys come in here. They're gonna take pictures of you. You're gonna take your clothes. Not all of them, but they take some swabs of your hands. When I say swabs, that is Q-tip. So once you dry,
Something that was wet.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think we're looking for? Would do something like that?
Like the DNA.
Yeah.
Like, other than that.
Yeah. No, you're right. We're looking for DNA. Other than your DNA, what do you think we're going to find? Told me next time, it's not a complaint, and I have more information now, so I had to step out for a little bit. John, look at me. I can see from here blood on you. I got some new video of you riding that bike away from that tent, wearing that same sweatshirt. You can see it clear as day. You were right in front of the camera. I'll give this to you in a minute. This is a search warrant. You know what happens to these?
What was that?
You know what happens to these? It's called a search warrant. So we did, we wrote this, we sent it to the judge. The judge reviewed it, signs it, and stamps it, which authorizes us to go into your house, to search your house, to seize evidence, to collect samples. Allows us to take your DNA so we can compare it to all the other evidence that we have. So I'm saying right at the end of the road here. I'll give you an opportunity to talk to me, talk to us. And let me hear from you. Are you ready for that?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll start with Central Park. I got on the bench. I figured I should do it. I know you probably don't recognize him because you probably never saw his face, okay? What was he wearing that night?
I'm not sure.
What did he look like? When you walked up to him on that bench, what were you thinking?
I don't know.
What were you feeling?
I'm not sure. It wasn't.
You were what?
It wasn't like feeling anything. Like, I'm not sure.
Alright. Tell me about what time it was.
Well, the time.
Yeah, what time of day? What time did I have you?
Like late. Like, 10-ish.
Okay. So you didn't know who that person was, right?
No.
Why did you target him?
Well, I didn't target him.
Why did you choose him?
I didn't.
Is he awake? Did you ever see his face?
No.
Was that the first time you killed somebody?
No, I haven't killed him.
Look at me. Remember, I told you we're beyond that. And I'll tell you this, we've already been in your house too. Not me, because I was here. The other detectives who were out there. Guy on the bench. The first guy. Was that the first person you ever stabbed?
No.
No. Who was the first person you ever stabbed?
I'm not sure, but say myself.
Yourself? Okay, somebody other than you. You ever stabbed somebody before? Before these times in Davis?
No.
And how many people have you stabbed? Total?
I haven't stabbed him.
No, we're not playing that game. We're not playing that game anymore. We're done. Told you that. We're done with all that. We're not playing around anymore, okay? We've been trying to give you the opportunity to come out, be honest with yourself. I can see blood on you right now. I told you that video of you. Tell me about the guy in the park, the guy on the bench. Okay, man. Don't.
Always. What?
Don't start giving it. I told you I never dealt with this garbage. I'm not playing those games anymore. He said it was late. He said at 10 o'clock. Right? Don't put words in your mouth. I'm just repeating what he told me. You set out that night looking for somebody. Did you have this in mind?
No.
You chose the guy on the bench. Why?
I'm not sure. I was just sitting there.
Okay. You're sitting there. Where in the park were you sitting?
In the bench.
Okay. Were you watching them?
No.
Did you know it was a man or a woman?
No, I don't.
So you walked over to him. I think you probably waited until you made sure nobody else was around, right? How long do you think you waited there?
I'm not sure.
Minutes or hours?
Like hours?
Am I right that you were just waiting for the time? Were you contemplating, were you thinking about what it would be like? I mean, what was going through your mind there?
No, I wasn't thinking of anything. I was just, like, I was just like, just like, looking at the tapes.
Looking at what?
Like, I was just sitting there looking at like the day, or like what was like in like the bench, like.
Okay, at some point you decided to get up and walk towards them. Right?
Yeah.
Where was your knife?
Sure.
Where was it on you? On your body?
I didn't have a knife with me.
Then where'd you get the knife from?
I'm not sure.
But it was your knife. You didn't just find it, right? You already had it?
Yeah.
Okay. Am I talking about missing parts, the sheath, or the scabbard, whatever you want to call it, from that knife? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Do you remember where you lost it?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, I have it. You lost it that first night. How many times did you stab him?
I'm not sure. I didn't.
Listen, I told you we're done with this stuff. There's no going back.
Detective Muscardini, do you recall if you were in the other side of the two-way mirror watching this as this was happening?
I was not.
But we're in your house. Door handles, things like that. Look familiar?
Yeah.
What is that? Door handle with blood on it.
So, just to be clear, at 10:42 and 53 seconds on May 3rd, 2023, did the Davis Police Department already have photos of blood found at Mr. Dominguez's residence?
I don't know.
And did Detective Ramos ever show you what photos he was showing Mr. Dominguez?
He did not.
Right.
Yeah.
So the first times did you stab him?
I'm not sure.
Guess.
I wouldn't say I stabbed him.
No, I am saying you did. I already know you did. That's why you're here. So there's a difference between, I'd say, a little and a lot. Between 1 and 40. You said that more like 1, more like 20, or more like 40. How many times?
I'll say more like 40.
Show me how you held the knife. Which hand did you use?
It's like,
Here, use this. Say this is the back. Okay. Show me how you did it.
like,
Okay. Were you behind the bench or in front of the bench? Do you pull down with one hand?
no,
What was going through your, how did this whole thing make you feel? Did you get rushed out of it?
no,
Was it exhilarating?
no,
Did you want to kill him?
no,
Were you just wondering what it'd be like?
no.
Help me understand. Wednesday was a rough day. The day that you got to school. Seems like your entire world was collapsing that day. What's done is done. We can't change it. Right?
Yeah.
When you stab somebody that many times, you're saying about 40 or right around there, what do you think is going to happen to them?
I'm not sure.
You're trying to be a nurse.
Yeah,
You're going to school with the goal to be a nurse, right?
yeah,
So you have some basic knowledge of the human body and basic anatomy, right?
yeah.
If you stab somebody with like that 5-inch knife 40 times, what do you think is going to happen?
You could, like, I don't know, like the person who looks like a lot of blood,
Right.
or,
That was in your vital organs, right? You already said you bleed. The person that looks like blood. Do you think it's even reasonable to assume they would survive that 40 stab wounds?
no,
Right, okay. So again, not putting words in your mouth. When you stab somebody 40 times, what do you think would happen?
they'll die.
No. When you left your house that night, did you leave with a plan to kill somebody?
No,
Was that thought in your head?
no.
At what point throughout that day or that night did you make the decision to stab this guy?
I'm not sure.
thinking about it for a little bit, so I just sit in the park longer.
No, I wasn't like thinking of that thought.
Until when though? Because you did think it. You're smart. You're not an idiot, you're not stupid. There was a point when you made that decision. The decision could be either to walk away or just down. Do you remember the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
You said like, something like to walk away or stuff.
Yeah.
Walk away, right?
Let me ask you a more simple question. Did you know he was homeless?
No.
Okay. Could you make the assumption or infer that a person sleeping on a park bench at 10 o'clock at night, wouldn't you assume they're homeless?
No.
No, well, have you ever seen somebody sleep on a park bench at 10 o'clock at night who had a house to sleep in?
No.
So I ask you again, could you assume that he was homeless, sleeping on a park bench in the middle of the night?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you choose him because he was homeless?
No.
Do you have something against homeless people?
No, I
Did you know that what race he was?
don't. No.
Did he talk to you at all?
No.
Did you say anything to him?
No.
Where was your knife? I mean, you said how you're holding it, but where was it on your body?
Like on my hand.
But like, did you have when you walk around? Was it in your pocket? Was it in your, like a belt on with a waistband?
No. It's just my hand.
Were you walking around the streets like that with it in your hand?
No.
Okay, where was it?
Just like in my pocket.
Okay. And you had a sheet with you then, right? When it was in your pocket, you had the sheet with you.
Oh yeah.
At what point did you realize the sheet was gone?
Like a while. Like
No, it kind of broken through a couple things I told you before about your holding things in. Do you find this a little bit easier to talk about? Just kind of helping.
yeah, I guess.
what happened to him afterwards?
No.
When you left, where was he?
I'm not sure.
Did he try and fight you?
No.
Did he struggle?
No.
Did he put his arms up like this or anything? He's trying to defend himself.
No.
Okay, what did you do afterwards?
I'm not sure.
What did you do afterwards? Where'd you go?
I'm not sure.
What did you feel the next day?
I just look at it. I don't really like think about too much until like to my work and just kept like working like with what I have to do.
So, how many people total have you stabbed?
No one? Okay, zero?
2?
Zero?
No. We just talked about this. You just told me that you stabbed that guy 40 times. You just said this. We're not seeing these pictures for nothing.
Did you hear Mr. Dominguez just tell Detective Ramos that he stabbed 0 people? Did you hear that?
Yes.
Remember, we're past that. We're ready to sit here and screw at each other. Right, should you bloody pictures from inside your house. Right, told you about the video we have of you. So let's be honest with each other. How many people have you stabbed?
I'm not sure. Zero?
You can't tell me that you stabbed one person, then you're not sure that it's 0. I'm wondering if I'm going to find any more people out there dead in the park. There's only 3 that I know of. Am I going to find anybody else?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen anybody outside of Davis?
No.
Back home, Oakland?
No.
Alright. We'll come back to this one a little bit, alright? I'll move on to the next person. Tell me about that one. What does he look like? I don't want to hear I don't know how to either. You know. What does he look like?
I'm walk for I'm not sure how he look.
What was he wearing?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Where did you come across him? Where were you guys? Saturday night. Where were you? Specifically, when you came across the second guy.
Saturday night, I was at my place. I didn't run into anyone or anything.
Yeah, that's not true. I told you we're done with this. What's that? Then we can't bring it back. We can't go back in time. Saturday night. You were out again. At a park. Again. Which park were you at? Piece of paper here in front of you, point to the park you're at.
I'm not sure. I can't remember.
Tell me the guy you came across. How did you come across him? Were you hanging out in the park? Did you follow somebody? Were you walking?
No.
Those are just no question I asked you. You gotta pick one of those. What were you doing Saturday night when you came across this guy? John, look at me. I told you we're done with the bullshit. That part is over. We're moving on. The second guy you stabbed, that's what we're talking about now, okay? Do you understand me?
Yeah.
That's the guy we're talking about. Tell me about him.
I'm not sure. I'll just...
Detective Mascardini, were you watching through the video when Sergeant Ramos told Mr. Dominguez that he was done with the bullshit and they were moving on?
I was not.
Walking.
Okay. You use that as your knife again, hard over knife for the second guy.
I wasn't holding my...
Yes, you were. In fact, it was the same knife. I didn't know that part. Tell me about the second guy. On Saturday night.
I'm not sure. Yeah, like, like, kind of jeans, sweatshirt.
What were you wearing? What's wrong with that?
Let's just stop that for a moment. Did you hear Mr. Rial's, Detective Ramos is trying to get him to say what the victim of the second stabbing was wearing. Did you hear that?
Yes.
That was Karim Abou Najm.
Yes.
Okay. And did you hear Mr. Rial's Dominguez say jeans and a sweatshirt?
Yes.
Based on your investigation and view of the crime scene photos, was Mr. Abou Najm wearing jeans when he was stabbed?
I don't remember what he was wearing.
You don't recall if he was wearing shorts?
I don't recall.
Was Mr. Abou Najm wearing a sweatshirt?
I don't know.
Don't recall if he was wearing a t-shirt?
I don't remember.
Have you ever looked at the photos of what Karim Abou Najm was wearing when he was assaulted?
No.
Were you wearing the clothes you're in now?
No.
We're gonna find his blood on your clothes.
No.
We're gonna find his blood in your house. Alright, it was blood there, so whose it is. I know it's not yours. The second guy, I didn't find his blood at your house.
So Detective Ramos keeps referencing these photos he has of blood. At any point did he ever show you these photos that he already had on May 3rd, 2023 at 11:04 p.m.?
No.
Tell me about him. What was he doing when you came across him? Nothing. Was he walking? Was he running? What was he doing?
Like walking?
Yeah, backpack.
No.
Sir, did you hear Mr. Rial's Dominguez responding to questions about the second stabbing of Karim Abou Najm, say that he was, quote, walking?
Yes.
Based on your investigation and the videos you've seen, when Mr. Abou Najm entered Sycamore Park, was he walking or was he on a bicycle?
I believe he was on a bicycle.
He had a bike.
No.
Were you at a park?
No.
Look at me. Where were you? Saturday night. Okay. How many times Yes, you did. We wouldn't be here if you didn't. How many times? Just like the first guy. 1 to 40 with 20 in the middle. How many times do you think? You don't have to make that number, that's fine. A little or a lot?
I'll say a lot.
A lot. Okay, I agree with you. How many times do you think?
I'm not sure.
Where on his body?
I'm not sure.
I don't believe that for a second. Where on his body? There's a big difference between stabbing somebody in their foot or their head. You know, like 5.5 feet of difference. Where do you stab him?
I didn't.
No, you didn't. You told me you stabbed him a lot. You already established that. You already said that you stabbed him a lot. How many times do you think?
I'm not sure.
So it's not one.
Sir, did you hear Mr. Dominguez tell Detective Ramos, quote, that he stabbed him a lot? Or did Mr. Dominguez say he didn't stab him, and Detective Ramos told him that he knows he already did? You understand my question?
No, not really.
Did Mr. Dominguez ever say he stabbed him a lot? Or was that what Detective Ramos asked him to guess?
I think well, I
We
thought
can go back
he,
and play it again if you missed it.
well, I thought I caught it, but maybe I missed it.
Go ahead.
I thought he said that he stabbed him a lot.
So you heard Carlos Dominguez say, I stabbed him a lot. That wasn't in response to Detective Ramos asking him to guess,
That was in response to Detective Ramos.
but you heard Mr. Dominguez say he didn't stab him, and then Detective Ramos told him, yes, you did, I already know it, or something to that effect. You heard that?
Something to that effect, yes.
You did a lot, but that implied more than one, correct?
Correct.
How many times do you think?
I'm not sure.
Were you standing up? When you started?
No. I don't think so.
Okay. So what were you doing?
I'm not sure.
Look at me. Told you I'm not playing these games with you anymore. That part's over. How'd you get him on the ground? What did you do?
I'm not sure.
The interesting about this one was somebody watched you. Remember that?
Yeah.
Remember somebody running over to you? Okay. All right.
Okay, counsel. All right, thank you. All right, that lines up. All right, we're going to take our midday break, folks. Do not form any opinions, do not research this case, and do not discuss it. And we'll see everybody back for the afternoon session this Tuesday, May 27th. Thank you.
All right, they're taking their afternoon lunch break. And all right, let's go through what we heard. Seems like Carlos is a little bit more talkative now. Let's see. So they continued on. Was there blood on your sweatshirt? Was it there from Monday night? He says, I don't know. If you have blood on your sweatshirt, whose would it be? The person in the tent? He says, no. Sycamore Park? No. Central Park? No. Whose blood would it be? He says, I'm not sure. Is there another person we don't know about? Carlos says, no, I didn't hurt anyone. How did she get hurt if you're standing outside her tent? Then Mr. Hutchinson comes in. Have you ever heard Carlos say, I was standing outside of her tent? And the detective says, oops. Hold on. We might have something going on here. All right, it looks... Okay. I thought they might be coming back, but I don't think they are. Oh, yeah, they are. Maybe they are. Let me just hang here for a minute. All right, maybe, we're just going to look at the seal. All right. I thought they might come back. I'll go back to that. So Hutchinson asked the detective, have you ever heard Carlos say I was standing outside of her tent? And he's like, no, that was just me saying it. So then back to the video. Are you upset because she didn't die? He says no. Did you try to kill her? He says no. Question, then ask again. Has Detective Ramos been watching or doing something else while this has been going on? He says, I have no idea. So then Detective Muscardini leaves. Detective Ramos comes back, and Ramos is asking to look at Carlos's hands. Carlos isn't sure how he got those cuts. If we check for DNA, what do you think we'll find? Carlos says, I can see from here there's blood on you. I've got video of you riding your bike away from the tent wearing the same sweatshirt. It's clear as day right in front of that camera. We'll go to your house and get DNA, so here's your chance to hear it from you. Then he says, we'll start with Central Park. What was he wearing that night? Carlos says, I'm not sure. When you walked up to him on that bench, what were you thinking? I don't know. What were you feeling? I'm not sure. Not feeling anything. I'm not sure. He didn't know the person. Why did you target him? He says, I didn't target him. Well, why did you choose him? He says, I didn't. Well, why him? I don't know. Did you ever see his face? No. Law enforcement has been to your house. Detective Ramos says, the guy on the bench, is that the first person you've stabbed? He says, no. No, well, who is he? Is there somebody else? He's like, well, have you ever stabbed someone else before? He says, no. How many people have you stabbed? Carlos says, we're not playing that game anymore. We're done. We're not playing around anymore. Tell me about the guy on the bench in Central Park. This would have been David. Carlos is like, were you watching him? He says, no. Did you know if that was a man or a woman? He says, no. So he walked up to him, made sure no one was around. How long did you stand there? Carlos says, I'm not sure. How long were you there? Then he says, like hours. What was going through your mind? No, I wasn't thinking of anything. I was just sitting there thinking about the day. So at some point you had to get up and walk toward him. He says, yeah. Where was your knife? Carlos says, I'm not sure. Where was it upon your body? He says, I didn't have a knife. Where did you get the knife from? I'm not sure. But it was your knife. You didn't find it? Then he says, yeah. Did you remember you lost the sheath? He says, no. Well, I have it. You lost it that first night. How many times did you stab them? Carlos mumbles something. Hutchinson comes back in. Were you in the other room watching? And Moscadino says no. Then another question. Did law enforcement find blood at Carlos's residence? He says, I don't know. Did you ever see the photos that Ramos is talking about? He says no. So how many times did you stab him? Carlos says, I'm not sure. Well, guess. He says, I wouldn't say I stabbed him. He says, no, I'm saying you did stab him. Did you stab him more than 20, more than 40? Carlos says, I'd say more like 40. Which hand did you use? And Carlos pulls out, shows his right hand. He's handed a pen. I can't believe Ramos hands somebody who just stabbed 3 people, hands him a pen. How does he know he's not going to go Chucky on him? So then he demonstrates how he stabbed him. It was very weak. He was just kind of like this. I mean, he was like not very. Anyway, were you behind the bench? He says, how did this whole thing make you feel? Did you want to kill him? He says, no. Help me understand. If you stab somebody 40 times, what do you think will happen to them? He says, I don't know. You're going to nursing school. If you stab someone 40 times, what do you think will happen to them? Carlos says, they'll lose a lot of blood. Do you think someone will survive that? He says, no. What do you think will happen? He says, they'll die. When you left your house that night, were you planning on stabbing someone? He says, no. When did you make that decision? Not sure. Was it very soon before you started, or did you sit in the park for a while? No, it wasn't anything that I thought. Do you think someone sleeping on a park bench at 10 p.m. has a home? He says, no. Did you choose him because he was homeless? He says, no. Do you have anything against homeless people? He says, no. Did he talk to you at all? No. Did he say anything? Did you say anything to him? He says, no. Was the knife on your body? Carlos says, on my hand. Was it in your pocket or waistline? He says, just my hand. Detective's like, so you were walking around the streets like this? He says, no. Was it in your pocket? Or no, he says, where was it? And then he says, my pocket. What did you do afterwards? I'm not sure. Where did you go? I'm not sure. How many people did you stab? I think he said 0. And he says, you just told me you stabbed that guy 40 times. Then the question comes in from Hutchinson. Did you hear Carlos say he stabbed 0 people? Said yes. Back to the video. How many people have you stabbed? I'm not sure. Am I going to find anyone else out there? No. Are you sure? Yep. What did he look like? I'm not sure. What was he wearing? I'm not sure. Where were you Saturday night when you came across the second guy? Carlos kind of mumbles something. Saturday night, blah, 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 blah. Detective Ramos, that's not true. We can't go back in time. Which park were you at? How did you come across him? Did you follow him? Were you hanging out? Carlos says no. You have to pick one. The part is over. That part is over. The second guy you stabbed, that's the guy we're talking about. Tell me about him. Carlos is like, I'm not sure. And then Hutchinson says, when you were watching, when Ramos says we're done with this BS and moving on, were you watching that? He's like, Moscadino saying no. Moscadini says no. Back to the video. Tell me about the second guy on Saturday night. Carlos is like, I'm not sure. Jeans and a sweatshirt. So he was asked what he was wearing. So question, Hutchinson asks Moscadini, Ramos is trying to get Carlos to say what Karim was wearing. Was Karim wearing jeans? I don't remember. Was Karim wearing shorts or a sweatshirt? I don't remember. Have you ever looked at the photos of Karim? And Moscadini says no. So he's never seen what Karim was wearing. Will we find blood on your clothes or your house? Carlos says no. And then Hutchinson asks about these photos of blood. Did you ever see these? And did you really have photos of blood right now? Here you are being questioned. You're questioning this guy before even photos have even been taken. No search warrant, no nothing. So of course Moscadini says no. Back to the video. When he was doing what was he doing when you came across him? Carlos says nothing. Was he walking? Was he running? What was he doing? Carlos said he was walking. Did he have a backpack? No. We know he did have a backpack. So question, Karim was walking. Was he walking or on a bike? So he was on a bike. So Carlos he's not getting the details right. So I don't know. Now it's back to, did he do it or not? Because he doesn't say Karim was riding a bike. He didn't say he had a backpack. He doesn't know what he was wearing. So back to Ramos. Look at me. Where were you Saturday night? How many times do you think you stabbed him? I didn't stab him. Yes, you did. We wouldn't be here if you didn't. How many times do you think? Now here's where he says, I'd say a lot. How many times do you think? I'm not sure. Where on his body? I'm not sure. I don't believe that for a second. Where on his body? He says, I didn't. And then Ramos is like, you already established that. And then Hutchinson said, did you hear Carlos say I stabbed him a lot? Or did Ramos say he knows you already did it? And then he says, I thought he said I stabbed him a lot. Hey, drunkie. Hello, everybody. Too exhausted to tag everyone, but I'm here and do love it here and appreciate all of you. 4 months, drunkie. Good job. No, I think it was in the 20s or 30s. I'll look it up in a second, widespread. We'll look that up in a second. Let's see. So back to the video. Okay, was he standing up? Carlos says, I don't think so. So what was he doing? I'm not sure. Look at me. I told you I'm not playing games with you anymore. That part is over. How did you get him on the ground? Carlos says, I'm not sure. The interesting thing with this one is someone watched you. Do you remember that? Carlos says, I don't. Someone ran over to you. And then Ramos asks, do you want to take a break and stop talking? And then Carlos is like, All right, so David was, let's see. Hold on a sec. Let's get to poor David. How many times was David stabbed? Forensics. Hold on. I have to find. Let me find the. There it comes. Okay, that's Karim's autopsy. Here's, okay, Zhu. Z-A-O-U. Okay, there were 31 sharp force injuries to David. 31. Let me jot that down. 31. Let's see. Hold on a sec, guys. Oh, here he is. Okay, 31. 31 there, and then Karim had... that was Sarah. Average Schmidt. Karim had 52 sharp force. 40 were stabbed, 12 were incised, so he had 52. So Karim had 52. So Karim had 52 and David had 31. And 52. Yeah, so yeah, he went full on Chucky with Karim, that's for sure. So yeah, 52. 31 and 52 times make it look very much like he was out of his mind at the time. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, regardless of whether you think he has schizophrenia, I mean, he's got something going on. I mean, normal people just don't stab strangers 52 times. Something's going on with this kid. Whether you believe it's schizophrenia or not, something's going on with him. He's broken on some level. I don't know what that is, but you know, he needs something. So, all right. I think I'm going to take a break, and I'll play some music for you guys. Yeah, full on Chucky, right? Yeesh. I mean, yeah, he ripped out a tooth of Karim's. He broke, I think, his ribs and stuff. He was just going crazy on him. Oh, you know what I wanted to look up? I wanted to look up what was Karim wearing. Let's see. Let me see here. Oh, it would be Mendez, or what's his name? Oh, really, Pants? Come on, dude. What was the doctor's? What was his name again? Yep. I know, dude. Massey. It was Massey who discovered him. Let me see if we can find out what. I thought he had a backpack on. Let's see. Doesn't recall. Let's see here. Yeah, so he had a backpack on. He removed, so Dr. Massey, remember Massey? Karim had a backpack on. Because he removed a backpack, he started CPR. And he was coming back from a college event, a university event. So remember his mom pressed his nice pants. So do you think Carlos not knowing if Karim had a backpack or a pants on or shorts, do you think that's him just lying? Do you think that's him making up stuff? Do you think that's, like, what do you think that is? Yeah, he definitely needs some kind of help. I agree. Alice says, enjoy my break? Yes. We all need a break. I know. All right, I'll play some music. Aaron got some good music up here for you guys. So let me play some music for you guys. Okay, I'll see you guys in about an hour or so. They'll be coming back at 4:30. 4:30, but I'll be back in about an hour. So see you in a bit.
veces tranquilo, a veces rugiendo va, rugiendo va. Cuando el enojo aumenta, el árbol se cortará, se cortará. El río fluye, nunca solo está, no solo está. El río fluye, nunca solo está. Un corazón destruido no deja de palpitar, de palpitar. Mi amor es franco y fiel, no tiene fronteras y no maldad. Mi amor es franco y fiel, no tiene fronteras y no maldad. El río fluye, nunca solo está, no solo está. El río fluye, nunca solo está, no solo está. Mi amor es franco y fiel, no tiene fronteras y no maldad. Mi amor es franco y fiel, no tiene fronteras y no maldad. El río fluye, nunca solo está, no solo está. El río fluye, nunca solo está, no solo está.
Y si tú me quieres, ven pa' aquí, te atreves. Dame esto lento, quiero sentir tu cuerpo. Volamos juntos, cuando estamos juntos. Ven pa' aquí, mi amor, hacemos el amor. El mundo se paró, solo esta pasión. Mira, me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo y no me importa nada.
Trying, I thought you meant well, but you savage as hell. Telling me things we both know you regret. The hill should have told me about her before you sucked me in. You thought we could be cool for the summer.
Mira, me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo. Aquí mi amor, hacemos el amor. El mundo se paró, solo esta pasión. Me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo y no me importa nada. Mira, me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo. Somos el amor, el mundo se paró, solo esta pasión.
in the station. Everywhere is nowhere to lost souls. Let's get lost by intention. Where the world has protection. Where the waves hit the sand. In the sun, scattered lips, arms and pebbles, sinking slowly as the mud at the bottom of the ocean. We're all light and emotion, drifting without a sound. Me and Mary and I walk into her room, through lonely streets at night under blood cherry moon, till we hit the lay upon a shallow part of the dreams, late in the morning, smell of coffee and of silent fiends, slowly are morphing, the recollections of drowning in each other's arms. Me and Mary and I walk into her room, through those lonely streets at night under blood cherry moon, till we hit the ground.
And welcome back. What's everybody? Welcome back from our lunch break. They are still at lunch, so we will stay here until they come back. How's everybody doing? How was your lunch? How was your break? How was your tea? How was your dinner? How was your breakfast? Dwayne, what are you watching? You watching Karens? I love it. Outrageous Karens on YouTube getting arrested. That's what you're watching, Dwayne? I like watching those body cams too. Some of them are just so funny. The entitled Karens. Is that what it's really called? Dwayne, is it really called? Where is it? Outrageous Karens on YouTube getting arrested. Oh, that's funny. Diana, you're still nuts per your psychiatrist. Baca's cheersing. Looks like some beer steins there. It's a good day to have a beer. It's so hot here. It's like 96 degrees right now. Oh, it's down to 95. Although this is supposed to be our hottest day for the foreseeable future, that's still still pretty toasty. All right, so I'm not sure if we're going to see the video again, because as we were ending right before the lunch, Detective Ramos was getting up and leaving the interview room with Carlos. So, and Detective Ramos said, "Do you want to take a break? Do you want to stop talking?" And Carlos said, "Mm-hmm." So we may be done for the. We may be done. It's been a good 6 hours, I would say. He said it was 6.5 hours. I think all said and done, 12:30 to 3. Right? Went to 3, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30. That was another 2.5 hours with a little 15-minute break. Yeah, I'm thinking we got to be pretty close to being at the end of this video. There can't be much more. They do have full days this week. Tuesday through Friday are full days. Crazy entitled. Nice. So then, yeah, June 4th, they're off in the afternoon, and then June 12th, they're off in the morning. And then, of course, the 19th is their holiday, so that's a Thursday. So it's Juneteenth is going to be, they're going to be off on the Thursday. Lori's dark that week, too. Interesting. Baca asks, have they cuffed him yet? Excuse me, no. Well, let me rephrase that. They handcuffed him kind of initially, right, when they first talked to him. They handcuffed him then. Then Detective Muscardini, he unhandcuffed him and put him in the back seat, not cuffed. So yes and no. Right now, during the interview, he is not cuffed. Hey, Joe, what's going on? Lori's dark every week. But her trial isn't. Doo-doo. Right? It's just so weird that they say, we're going to be dark this week. Trial is going to be dark this day. Joe, do you think she'll be done by then? If she starts on the 2nd, that's going to be 2 weeks. It's going to be 2 solid weeks. What do you think? Joe, do you think they'll actually go into the 16th? Because that would be week 3. Pammy says, Joe, I was thinking that, but didn't type it. Yeah, we may be done, Joe. We may be done by the 16th of June. Because she's the 2nd, depending on how quickly they can seat a jury, but we know from last time. She'll be found guilty, Joe says, on Friday the 13th. That would be so appropriate. Oh my gosh. That would be really, really funny if that's what happens. Yes, mustard weenie. Totally. That's okay. Fur Day Friday, same difference. Dwayne says, "Police, I'm not drunk. I only had 11 drinks." I know. And Dwayne, whenever the officers are always like, "So how much did you drink today?" "Oh, I only had like 1 or 2 beers." Multiply that by 20 or at least 5. 1 or 2 beers is like, yeah, you probably had at least like 5 or 6. "Oh, I've only been drinking since 5, officer." Yeah, no, you've been drinking since like 1. And here it is like 9 o'clock at night. We watch those. We like those. Watch those body cams too. They're pretty funny. It just shows you what not to do, right? A, don't get in a car and drink and drive. But B, if you have been, just say, "Just take me to the station. Not even going to fight it. Cuff me up." Joe says Trina K will wrap up by the 9th, which is that Monday. There will be no defense case to present after that, so it may actually be before the 13th that we get the verdict. So you think they're going to seat the jury pretty quickly, right? We're using the template as last time, as the one against with Charles. So if they seat the jury and they're presenting opening arguments on the 3rd, which would be Tuesday. So Monday is jury selection. Tuesday is Tuesday they start. Right? Am I getting that right or am I getting that wrong? Is jury selection, are they actually starting on, I have my notes, but I don't. Is jury selection start the 2nd, Joe, or is that when they actually start the trial and jury selection is going to be the 29th? I know the questionnaire is the 29th. They have to go through that still. Couch drinking is so much more safe, Baca says. Deanna says, "When they called him up to testify, I could barely control myself, mustard weenie. Every time they say his name, I had to cover my face." So Thursday and Friday this week are jury selection. Okay, so that's what I thought. So they actually that's not what I thought. I thought they were starting jury selection on the 2nd. All right, so for sure they'll have a jury. I know the questionnaires are going on Thursday, because we're hoping to stream that this Thursday. So if they have opening arguments on Monday, you think Trina will be done in a week, and then Lori's not going to put up a defense. Yeah, it could come back on the 11th or 12th. It could. Dwayne says, "A rich 68-year-old granny said, 'Me and my friend who only split 3 bottles of wine.'" Nice. All right, I'm going to pull down this. We don't need this anymore. We'll pull that down. Okay. Hey, Birdie, how are you? When does Daybell start? June 2nd. June 2nd, Christine. Opening statements June 2nd, and even if they did an extra day for jury selection, they have an extra day Thursday. So next Monday, Christine, right? Next Monday, yep. Yeah, today's Tuesday, so next Monday, June 2nd. June 2nd, 2nd of June. And I'm with Joe. I think it's going to be pretty quick. I think it'll be over in like 8 or 9 days, which would be the following Wednesday, right? The 11th, I'm thinking, Joe. What's up, Zach? How are you? Hope you're doing well today. Thank you for coming back in. It just dawned on me, Christine. When does the Daybell start? I like that. When does the Daybell start? Oh, very cool, Joe. You have a new. Joe has a new logo. I'll have to add that to our anniversary stream. Yes, and we will be doing trial prep here. We're going to be doing some deep dives on Brandon's testimony during Lori's and Chud's trials in Idaho. So starting tomorrow, so Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday mornings, we will be doing deep dives. We're going to be showing some news clips. We're going to be showing some body cams. We're going to be showing some testimony. So we're going to kind of wrap our head around Brandon and everything that has to do with him. So that's going to start tomorrow, which is Wednesday. We'll be doing that in the morning, and then we'll be doing this Dominguez in the afternoon. So we're going to be giving you guys some content other than just Dominguez. Plus, I want to kind of get caught up on Brandon a little bit too. Lily Wayne had a nap, ready to watch again. Very good. Although, Joe, I love your new logo, but, I miss your little boy there too. That must have been hard. So we're waiting to come back from what do you call it? From live court, sorry. Baca says, if she is convicted on Friday the 13th, there should be no more besmirching of that day being bad. That is true. And Christine, sure, if you want to stream from our channel, by all means, go ahead. Let's see. Yeah. Little Charlie, little fur buddy. 100 points for using besmirch and Friday the 13th in the same sentence. Oh, looks like we got some movement. And now use ubiquitous for a triple word score. Lily, you have an MRI tomorrow at noonish? Okay, no worries. Now it looks like we got some activity. Let me turn this up. Baca, you were born on Friday the 13th? Oh, wasn't Drunky, wasn't it your birthday? It was your birthday yesterday, I think, right? Drunky, if you're still there, happy belated birthday. I know we all said happy birthday to you on Friday, but happy birthday again. I hope you had a good time celebrating your day. All right. I think the jurors are coming back in. So I will see you guys on the other side. It was yesterday. That's what I thought. Yeah. So happy belated. I know we all said happy birthday to you on Friday, but again, happy birthday belated. Thank you, Irish. Amy, for reminding me. I was 99.9% sure it was Monday. But thank you for letting me know. Who's making popcorn? I don't know. That sounds good right about now. All right. I will see you guys on the other side. Looks like court will be coming back soon. All right. See you guys on the other side.
Okay, let's go on the record in case 23-1391. All parties are present, counsel, jury's present. And Mr. Hutchinson, when your case, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
I do, Your Honor. Defense calls Brian Chase.
Okay, Brian Chase. Let's get Mr. Chase. Good afternoon, sir. Come on in, stand here at the podium right in front of me. Thank you for being here. I'll ask the clerk to give you the oath, and then we'll have you take the witness stand. 2 lawyers to ask questions.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause not being for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Is Brian Chase, BrianChase.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chase.
Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living?
I am the Managing Director of Digital Forensics and E-Discovery at Archer Hall.
And what is Archer Hall?
We are a national digital forensics and e-discovery provider. So we work all over the country doing work analyzing digital devices, cell phones, computers, location data, collecting it, analyzing it, testifying about it at trial.
And where are you based out of? Where is your office?
I personally am in Arizona.
And did you just fly in today?
Last night.
Sir, can you describe your educational experience that qualifies you for your position?
Sure. I received my undergraduate degree in Management and Information Systems from the University of Arizona. I also received a law degree from the University of Arizona. While doing that, I worked in IT in the College of Engineering at the University of Arizona. So I spent about 4 years there doing all sorts of IT-related tasks, computer maintenance, networking, email support, all the things you can think of when you think of IT. After graduating law school, I started taking classes specific to digital forensics. So I started training. I completed what they called a boot camp from the International Society of Forensic Computer Examiners. Went on to...
Excuse me, can you slow down?
Sure, sorry about that. It was a boot camp from the International Society of Forensic Computer Examiners. Went on to earn certifications in mobile forensics and computer forensics from a variety of providers. I continue to take ongoing education in the area of digital forensics every year, attending classes and conferences to stay up to date with what's going on in the industry.
Were you a practicing trial attorney for some time?
I was, yes.
Okay. Are you still practicing as an attorney?
No, I am not. I stopped practicing in 2019.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics, including cell phones, on prior occasions?
Yes, I've testified about 45 times.
And in what, you don't have to list everyone, but what jurisdictions did you testify as an expert?
I've done Arizona State and Federal Court, New Mexico State and Federal Court. I've testified in this courthouse before, and I've also, I believe, in Nevada and maybe Alaska. I have to look back at my CV to be sure.
And do you have experience analyzing extractions from cell phones and computers, including MacBooks?
Yes, I do.
Have you performed extractions yourself?
I've performed hundreds of extractions on cell phones and computers.
And have you analyzed extractions performed by other individuals?
Yes, I have.
At this point, I'd like to offer Mr. Chase as an expert in cell phone and computer extractions and digital data analysis.
Okay, any voir dire?
Reserve.
Okay, all right. Subject to that, we have a qualified expert.
Mr. Chase, were you retained by the Guillory County Public Defender's Office to analyze a cell phone extraction and extraction from a MacBook Pro in the case of Carlos Dominguez?
Yes, I was.
And did you review the extractions performed by a person by the name of Christopher Kamada?
Yes, I did.
What other, when we talk about an extraction, what are you getting? What does an extraction look like?
So generally it is a zip file. So it is a zip file like you could create on your own computer, but contained within that is the data from the device. So in this case, there is a file that contains all of the data from the cell phone. We receive that in a variety of manners. We have the actual extraction, and then we also have the reports of the extraction that were also created by Mr. Kamada.
Okay, and how is a report of the extraction created?
You take the data from the extraction, then you run it through forensic software. So in this case, there was two programs used. There was a program called Celebrate, and there was another program called Axiom. The data is run into those, where the program then kind of parses that data, makes it readable. Most of that data is stored in formats that make it challenging to read and scroll through. So it makes it in a nice format, and then what happens from there is the examiner then creates a report of the data. And so they different options within those tools to generate a report, which allows that data to then be disclosed to other people and viewable without having to need a licensed version of the software.
How big, let's focus on the cell phone, how big of an extraction report are we talking about here?
Oh, it was large. I don't recall the exact size. I believe it was around 100 gigabytes, but I have to go back and look to be certain.
And what does 100 gigabytes mean?
Hard to analogize that to like paper or anything like that. It's a lot of data. So if you think of a common computer hard drive, nowadays kind of the low end of the computer market when you're talking about laptops might be a 256 gigabyte hard drive or a 512 gigabyte hard drive. As you start getting up, you usually have to pay more. So if you think about that low end of 256, this is about half of that, a little less than half of that.
In addition to reviewing the extractions, did you review any reports prepared by Mr. Kamada?
I did, yes.
How many reports for Mr. Kamada did you review?
I believe there was 2.
And did you also have an opportunity to review a certified court transcript of Mr. Kamada's testimony in this trial?
I did.
And sir, were you asked to conduct an analysis addressing some specific questions regarding the data extracted from the cell phone and MacBook Pro?
Yes.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation documenting some of your findings?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit KK. Just look at this flash drive. Did I show you this flash drive over the lunch hour and have you plug it into a computer?
Yes.
Did you review the PowerPoint on that flash drive?
Yes.
And is that the PowerPoint you prepared documenting your findings?
It is.
Okay. And is that version of the PowerPoint accurate, an accurate recording of your findings in this case?
It is, yes.
Sir, before we get to the PowerPoint, I'd like to, were you asked to analyze some cached images found in Amazon files taken from the cell phone on December 5th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. So what is a cached image?
A cached image is an image that gets saved to a device automatically when viewing online content, and typically when viewing online content. So, easy example, a way to think about it. If you go to a website, go to some news website, there's going to be a lot of stories on that website, and they're going to have pictures associated with those stories. Your browser is going to automatically save those pictures to your device, including the ones you're seeing, the ones at the bottom of the page that you might not have seen yet, that you have to scroll down to see. Those are cached images. They're saved by the device to speed up that browsing. So that way when you do scroll down, those images are already saved. They don't have to be loaded. If you close the browser and come back to it, those images are already saved. They don't have to be re-downloaded from the website. So cached images are images that are just getting saved automatically by viewing things online.
Anyone with a cell phone that they view things online, are they likely to have many cached images on their phone?
Oh, absolutely. We typically find, I'd say, tens of thousands of images on devices, many of which are cached images.
Does the fact that a person has a cached image on their phone indicate that they actually looked at that specific photo?
No, we have no way to know if they actually saw that particular photo or not.
Now, in your analysis of the cell phone, were there approximately 500 cached images of knives in an Amazon folder from December 5th?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yes, there were.
Okay. And where were these images found? What folder or file were they in?
So they were within a directory for the Amazon application. So when you're talking about a phone, you'll generally use different applications. In this case, it was the Amazon application, and then within that, there are these cached images.
The fact that these cached images are within the Amazon application, what does that tell you?
That they came from Amazon.
And sir, are you familiar with Amazon?
Yes.
Now, if a person were to do a search for a knife on Amazon and then enter it, will Amazon have multiple images of knives that they can scroll down to, based on your experience?
Yes, absolutely. You search for pretty much anything on Amazon, you're going to get a lot of results. So if you search for knives, you're going to end up with a lot of knives. You can scroll down, and it will kind of keep scrolling for quite a while. All of those images, all of those product listings will have an image there of a knife.
And would that result in those images, cached images, being uploaded onto a person's phone?
It would be downloaded, but yes, they would be downloaded onto the device when you do a search like that and you start scrolling through.
Now, I'd like you to assume that we heard testimony from someone from Amazon that once you hit the search, depending on what you're using, you can just scroll indefinitely. Does a person have to scroll past an image for it to be downloaded, or is it just downloaded automatically?
There'll be a certain percentage of which that are downloaded automatically. So when you run that first search, you might see, say, 4 on your phone screen, but there might be more that have been cached that are kind of below where you'd have to scroll to see them.
So in your opinion, sir, does the fact that the cell phone had more than 500 cached images of knives, does that mean that you can assume it was Mr. Dominguez's phone, and you can assume that he did the Amazon search. Does that mean he actually looked at all of those 500 images of knives?
Not necessarily. There's not a way to tell from the data about how far a user scrolled or how many they actually saw.
So based on it, is there any way to determine of those 500 photos which number a person actually scrolled past and saw?
No.
Commission published defense to the KK.
Okay.
Now, sir, were you asked to do an analysis of phone power events for a period between December 31st, 2022, and May 3rd, 2023.
Yes.
What is a phone power event?
It's when the phone powers off or powers back on again.
And are there different ways that a phone can be powered off?
Yes, there are.
Okay. What ways can a phone be powered off?
User can manually, power it off, hold the power button or combination of power and volume depending on the device, or the battery can die.
And did you prepare a summary of all the power off events beginning on December 31st, 2022 that lasted more than an hour on this phone?
Yes, I did.
And sir, I'm showing you the second slide. This is a time when the phone is off for more than 1 hour. How were you able to make this determination that on these dates the phone was off for a specific amount of time of more than an hour?
Just so looking through the power off and power on events, so you look for when the phone shuts off, and then looking for when it didn't turn back on again for at least an hour.
And did you find periods where this phone was off for more than a day?
Yes, you can see several of them up there. There were a number of periods of time where it was off for a day or more.
So from December 31st, 2022 to January 1st, 2023, how long was the phone off for?
I'm sorry, could you repeat those dates?
Look at the top. December 31st, 2022 to January 1st, 2023. How long was the phone off for?
Approximately 1 day and 5 hours.
And then first column, middle row, from February 11th, 2023 until February 12th of 2023, how long was the phone off for?
It was approximately 1 day and 9 hours.
And from February 20th, 2023 until February 24th, 2023, how long was the phone off for?
It was almost 4 days.
And so going to the next column, from March 23rd, 2023 to March 28th, 2023, how long was the phone off for?
It was approximately 5 days and 5 hours.
And from March 28th, 2023 until March 30th, 2023, how long was the phone off for?
1 day and 23 hours.
And sir, from April 3rd, 2023 until April 5th, 2023, how long was the phone off for?
That was also approximately 1 day and 23 hours.
Now, sir, looking, direct your attention to April 17th to April 18th, 2023, and it indicates that the phone was off for 17.5 hours.
That's correct.
You have a little asterisk next to that date. What does that indicate?
That means the phone shut down due to the battery dying.
And we see that is, again, from, it looks, well, from April 25th, 2023 to April 27th, 2023. How long was the phone off for?
Approximately 1 day and 5 hours.
And you have the little asterisk next to that?
Yes, that was also a time when the battery died.
So by the battery died, that means someone did not manually power it off. The battery just died.
Correct.
And sir, again, from April 27th, on April 27th, it appears that the phone was off for 7 hours.
Yes.
And were you able to determine whether that was manually powered off or whether it was due to the battery dying?
That was due to the battery dying.
Sir, for the dates prior to April 17th, were you able to determine, based on the data, whether these power off events were the result of the battery dying or being manually turned off?
I was not able to determine. The earliest event where we have information that the battery died was that April 17th event, so I don't know about before that date.
So based on the data, can you tell one way or the other whether all of these other dates were manually powered off or the battery died?
I do not know.
I'm showing you, the next slide is labeled battery shutdown events. What are we seeing in the slide?
This is a screenshot of the data in that Axiom software program that I mentioned before. This is where it was showing the battery events when the battery died. It did 2 lines every time, so you can see like it shows, it duplicates. So the first one there is April 17th, and again April 17th, same time. It was just the way that that data was being presented within the tool. But this was all of the data showing the battery events, meaning when the battery caused the phone to die or power off.
If you know, why is there not any data prior to April 17th saying whether the battery died or not?
I don't know.
Now, sir, in your experience, when a cell phone gets older, can the battery deplete quicker than when you first purchased the cell phone?
Absolutely.
Does that happen for iPhones?
It happens with every phone.
If you know what causes, is it something the battery gets old? What causes it to, over time, not hold a charge as long?
I don't know about the battery engineering, that has to do with the way the batteries work. They just degrade over time.
Now, sir, I'm showing you a slide titled Power Off Events by Hour for 2023. What does this slide show?
This was just trying to take all of those power off events and then kind of graph them out to see, like, is there a particular time of day when this happens more often? And the short answer was not really. So we kind of averaged out to see when is that phone turning off, and you can see, 1 is kind of the baseline, and then it spikes. There was between 10 and 11 a.m., I think, 3 times that it turned off. So there wasn't any consistency of when that phone was being turned off.
It appeared to be turned off at random times throughout the day?
Pretty much, yes.
Now, sir, were you asked to analyze cell phone location data for a period between April 26, 2023 and May 3rd of 2023?
Yes.
Was there any location data from April 26, 2023?
There was not. The phone was offline.
And so you see here, there's an event, April 25th, 2023. It says power event, power off. What does that mean?
That's that same data we had just been talking about, those power on and off events. So there was a power off event on April 25th, and then the phone didn't power back on again until April 27th.
And this April 25th power off event, was that a result of the battery dying?
It was.
Sir, you're seeing a slide now titled April 25th to 27th, 2023 power events. What does this slide depict?
Similar things we were just talking about, just kind of focusing in on that time period of the 25th through the 27th. So, and as we saw, the phone, the battery died on April 25th. The phone powers back on again on April 27th. It is on at 4:57 a.m. The phone stays on until 4:13. The battery dies again at 4:13 p.m. And then the phone powers back on at 11:26 p.m. that evening.
And so the April 27th, 4:13 p.m. power off event, that was again the result of the battery dying?
It was, yes.
So are all the times noted in this presentation in Pacific time?
Yes, everything is local time.
Were you asked to, now we're looking at a slide titled April 28th to 30th, 2023 power events. What does this slide depict?
Just kind of continuing with that timeline. So on April 28th, the phone powers off at 12:21 a.m. The phone stays offline until April 30th at 11:43 a.m.
And this April 28th event at 12:21 a.m., was that a battery dying or was that the phone being powered off?
It was not the battery dying. The phone was powered off.
And so because the phone was off during this period, is there any cell phone location data?
There's not.
Now, sir, in your analysis, did you look at power on and power off events for May 2nd?
I did.
And did you review Mr. Kamada's reports regarding the power on and off events for May 2nd?
I did.
Was there anything about the power on and power off events for May 2nd that struck you as unusual?
Yes, we have 20 power on events in a row with no power off events. That's obviously unusual. I mean, just thinking about your own phone, you can't turn it on if it's already on, so it indicates there's some sort of issue with the data for May 2nd.
So you say there's some issue with the data from May 2nd. Do you have an opinion on what caused that issue?
I do. There was some information on that phone earlier in the day on May 2nd that indicated there was references to what's called Gray Key. Gray Key is the forensics tool that was used to download the data from this phone. So what likely happened here is the phone dies. It sits somewhere for a period of time before it is downloaded. When that happens, that battery dies and the phone can lose its time. It's no longer keeping accurate time. So when the phone goes to be downloaded, it might be showing the wrong date. In this case, likely showing May 2nd. So when we have these entries from Gray Key on the phone, that's likely the cause of the forensic software downloading that data, and then the phone time is incorrectly showing that it is May 2nd. So all of these power on events likely are caused by that forensic software conducting its download, and it's just incorrectly logging it as May 2nd because the phone thinks it's May 2nd because it's been off for so long.
Who would use Gray Key to download information from a phone?
Gray Key is a tool sold to law enforcement for the forensic download of phones. So it would be somebody in law enforcement or a prosecutor's office.
So, sir, and I'd like to assume for the fact that law enforcement did not seize the phone until May 3rd of 2023. Is that after May 2nd? Does that change your opinion as to what likely happened?
No, again, it would kind of help establish that, yeah, there was something wrong with the phone's clock by the time that phone was downloaded, because clearly law enforcement did not have it on May 2nd, so Gray Key could not have been used on May 2nd. Further indication that something went wrong with that phone's clock between the time that it was seized and the time that it was downloaded.
So, sir, in your opinion, are the power on and power off events for May 2nd reliable?
No, they're not.
In your opinion, do you think they are, the power on and power off events for May 2nd, do you think they are an accurate depiction of the user actually powering on and powering off the phone?
No, I do not.
Sir, were you asked to do an analysis of the phone location data during the times that the phone was turned on?
Yes.
What is phone location data?
So what we're referring to here, there's multiple types of location data, but here we're referring to GPS data from the device. So iPhones store 7 days worth of GPS data. And so that's what we're looking at here is from the iPhone, the kind of prior 7 days of GPS location history.
Are you able to get location data from prior to 7 days, or reliable location data prior to 7 days?
It's hit or miss. It depends on where that data is coming from. You can, for something like a picture, could have location data, but you're looking at a single point. When you're trying to figure out like path of travel, movements of an individual, there's a lot less likelihood you're going to find something prior to 7 days.
And in the specific location data that you used, where was it? What file or what location was it found?
It's in a directory called Routine D.
Okay. And how long is that data that you used stored for?
That's 7 days.
Now, so I'd like to direct your attention to the slide labeled April 27th, April 28th. What is this showing?
This is a screenshot of location data for that day. What is depicting here is these kind of circles of the location data. So what it's showing is the midpoint of that circle, the center of that circle, is where the phone says it is, and then the size of the circle is the accuracy estimate. Mr. Kumada had narrowed it down to accuracy that were 65 meters or better, so I did the same thing here. So what the size of that circle is showing is the biggest ones are 65 meters, the smaller ones are going to be more accurate according to the phone. So it's showing that accuracy estimate from the phone.
So this screenshot is showing that during the period from April 27th to 28th, the phone was at the locations noted?
Yes.
Is the circle, you said 65 meters, is that the radius or the diameter?
That's the radius.
And we can't really, you may not be able to see it, but is there an address noted in the bottom circle?
Yes, there is.
What address is that?
I believe it's 762 Hawthorne.
And the circles at the top, they appear to be near a green area. Is that Sycamore Park in Davis?
It is.
And sir, are you able to take this location data and put it in some sort of animated form so you can see a path of travel or where the phone is at a specific time?
Yes, and I did that. That is the following slides show animations of location data.
Describe how you do that.
I use a forensics tool called CellHawk. It's just a tool that helps us map the data so we don't have to do it all by hand. Essentially what I did is I took the data from the phone, I exported it into an Excel file, I kind of filtered it down to where we're looking at just that Routine D database, and then filtered it down to those accuracy estimates of 65 meters or better to kind of get rid of the ones that have really large accuracy estimates. And then I take that Excel file, I upload it to the tool, and then it maps it all out for us. And then I go and I check to make sure, I pick some of those location dates to make sure it actually mapped it correctly, it wasn't mismapping something. And actually what we're looking at here is a screenshot out of that tool.
I'm going to the next slide. It's labeled April 27th to 28th, 11:20 p.m. to 12:20 a.m. animated. Is this one of the mapping examples that you prepared?
Yes, it is. This is that animated view. On the far right side of the map, you can see kind of a vertical timeline. So that there's a box up there at the very top that says 11:20 p.m. So that's what it's showing on the map right now. When we hit play, that box will kind of move down the timeline. It will show you the current time that's depicted, and then you'll see the location data corresponding to that time on the map.
Now you have a time frame from 11:20 p.m. on April 27th to 12:20 a.m. on April 28th. which is only an hour. Why is it only an hour time frame?
There's no data after 12:20 a.m. Stops around that point. At 11:20, that's showing the data kind of from before the phone starts moving.
And when the phone first starts moving, where is its general location?
It is at the Hawthorne address.
And is that on April 27th?
Yeah, it starts around 11:20 p.m. there on the 27th, and then goes. Most of the location points we're about to see are actually the morning of April 28th at 12 a.m. to 12:20 a.m. period.
Are there any location points at Sycamore Park prior to midnight? In other words, prior to midnight on April 28th?
I believe there is one point.
And once the location data stops, is that when the phone was turned off?
I'd have to go back and look at the power events. I believe so.
If the phone was still on, would you expect to see more location data?
Yes, I would.
Were you able to do any cell phone location data for April 29th?
No, the phone was off at that time.
If a phone is off, can you get any data from the phone during the period that it's off?
Nope, phone's off. There's going to be no data from that date.
And were you able to get any location data from the date of April 30th?
I was, yes. So we have that kind of on the map here. It starts at 11:47 a.m. The phone never leaves that Hawthorne address on April 30th.
So is the phone on during this time period?
It's on starting at about 11:47 a.m. is our first location point. It stays on, at least appears to stay on throughout the day.
And when I hit play, will you see the location points for the phone throughout the day?
Yes, we will.
And sir, were you also asked to do analysis of the cell phone location data for the date of May 1st?
Yes.
Okay. And on this slide, there's a time frame of 5 p.m. to midnight.
Yes.
Why are we seeing only that time frame?
That's when we start to see some movement of the device around 5 p.m. I don't recall if there was location data earlier in the day, but shortly after 5 p.m., I believe it's around 5:24 p.m. or 5:34 p.m., excuse me, is when we see movement of the phone.
So right now, at the very top at Hawthorne, it shows 4:51 and 38
Yes.
seconds. Okay. And that means the phone's at the Hawthorne residence?
Correct.
At some point, does the phone start moving toward the UC Davis campus?
It does.
And at what point does the phone start moving toward the UC Davis campus?
It's at 5:34 p.m.
And so describe what we just saw there.
So the phone leaves the area of that Hawthorne address at 5:34 p.m., travels to the UC Davis area, is there for a little while, and then travels back to the Hawthorne address, or at least in the area of the Hawthorne address.
It happens pretty fast. Are you able to determine the specific time that the phone starts heading back from UC Davis to Hawthorne?
On May 1st, I don't recall what that time is on May 1st. I think it's around, we'd have to go back and look. I think it's around 7 something.
Let's try it. You want to play it again? Could be sometime before 6:45 approximately.
Yeah, it was a little bit before 7 p.m. there when we see the phone start heading back.
And does the phone remain on throughout the remainder of the night on May 1st?
It does, yes.
Were you able to do cell phone location data for the date of May 2nd?
Yes, I was.
And we see time of midnight to 3:30 p.m.
Correct. So it's starting at 12 a.m. On May 2nd, running to 3:30 p.m. There's no location data after that point.
Now, sir, during this time period, do you see the phone leave the Hawthorne residence for the UC Davis campus on any occasions?
Yes, it appears to leave twice.
We're going to play it again. What is the first time that the phone left the Hawthorne residence and started moving toward the UC Davis campus?
It's approximately 9:28 a.m.
And what happened when that phone got to the UC Davis campus? What do we see?
It kind of stays in one general area of campus and then heads back towards the Hawthorne address at about 10 a.m.
So I'd like you to assume, for purpose of question, that Mr. Dominguez had an appointment scheduled at UC Davis at 9:30 to 10. Would that be in the general time frame of the movement you saw?
Yes, it would.
At some point, do you see the phone again leave the Hawthorne residence and go to the UC Davis campus?
Yes, it leaves again in the afternoon at approximately 1:57 p.m.
Can you recall how long it stays? Or does the data end at 3:30? Is that what happens?
Correct. The phone heads to the campus at around 1:57, stays on campus until the data ends at 3:30 p.m.
So you can't see what happened in terms of location data after 3:30?
Correct.
So right now we're seeing the data approximately 2 in the morning at the Hawthorne residence.
Correct.
Just seeing the phone leave approximately a little before 9:30, go to UC Davis campus and immediately back around 10, correct?
Correct.
So we just saw then the phone leave the Hawthorne address approximately 1:57 p.m.
Yes, that's right.
And then it remained on UC Davis campus until the power was off, correct?
Correct. Our last data point there is 3:23 p.m.
And because this is on May 2nd, do you have reliable data as to whether the phone died or was powered off at that point?
I do not.
Did you, were you also asked to do an analysis of an extraction of a MacBook Pro data? Excuse me, a MacBook Pro.
Yes.
And do you have experience doing extractions and analyzing data from a MacBook?
I do, yes.
Now, I'm showing you here, it's an image of a memorial bench. It says cached image. Were you able to see this image on the MacBook Pro?
I was, yes.
Was it a cached image?
Yes, it was.
How were you able to determine that it was a cached image?
At the very kind of bottom of the slide on the right, there's a title that says evidence information, and there says source below that. If you look through that lengthy source, the word cache is in there. Actually, I think it says web cache. I can't quite see it. The bench is in the way. But it says cache in there. That's one indication that this is a cached image. It came from the browser on that data of May 3rd.
And does it indicate what time this cached image was downloaded onto the phone?
Onto the computer?
Onto the computer, excuse me.
Yes, it is at 11:11 and 14 seconds a.m. So 11:14.
Did you do any analysis to determine what websites that MacBook Pro was accessing at approximately 11 a.m.?
Yes, so this image came from the browser on the computer, Safari. So we went and looked at the browser history around that time to see where might this image have originated from.
And I'm showing you a exhibit marked browser history. Or a page marked browser history. What does this page show?
This is the browser history from around that time in the morning. So you can see the URL visited, or the website visited on the left, and on the right you see that timestamp. The last one I have in bold is that myucdavis.edu. It seems like from there the user goes to a few other websites. The cached image is likely coming from that UC Davis address, or at least one of those addresses we see right around there at that 11:11 a.m. time period.
At approximately 11:08 and 15 seconds, what website is this person going to?
At 11:08, yeah, it's the first line there. It looks like cbsapps.ucdavis.edu/advising/appointment/create.
And did you review an Excel sheet record from UC Davis indicating that Mr. Dominguez at approximately this time went online to book an appointment with an academic advisor?
Yes, I did.
And in the process of going online to his website to book an appointment, in your opinion, could this image be, this cache image be downloaded from the UC Davis website?
Yes, it looks like the activity that morning, most of it is coming there from the UC Davis website. We know this image is a cached image. It had to be on a website that was visited. There's a likelihood here that this image was somewhere on a UC Davis webpage that the user was visiting and therefore was cached on the computer.
So the fact that there's this cached image on the MacBook, does that mean he actually saw and looked at this image?
Not necessarily. Just like we talked about with the Amazon cached images, your browser is going to be saving images from the websites you visit. So we don't know where this image appeared. I went back to try to see if I could figure out where this might have appeared on the UC Davis website, but I could not find specifically where it is. It does seem likely that it came from the UC Davis website.
Did you go to the UC Davis, the current UC Davis website, as part of your analysis?
Yes, I did.
And I'm just, here's UC Davis record. We're seeing a note that has just been admitted into evidence from of a booking an appointment on May 3rd at 11:10 and 38 seconds. Is that the document you reviewed?
Yes, this was the document from UC Davis, so this kind of matches up with that browser history we were seeing of the user visiting the UC Davis website. This kind of lines up because this is data not from the computer, but rather from UC Davis.
Now, this slide shows, what does this slide show?
So this is what the myucdavis.edu website looks like. Well, I wrote today. It was at the time I took that screenshot, which was about a week ago, maybe a little less than that. It just shows what that website looks like. And there are a number of different things here where there are potentially cached images that could be saved, or images that could become cached, I should say. So like we have an Aggie feed in the bottom right corner. You just scroll through that. Sometimes there are pictures. You see some various images and graphics around this different website. So I was trying to get a sense of, could that image of the memorial have come from the my.ucdavis.edu website? So I looked to see what it looks like now, and then I used what's called the Internet Archive, or Wayback Machine. It archives websites to see, did it look like this back in May of 2023? And it looks substantially similar. The archive did not have images, it did not have the various graphics saved, but the structure of the website with all of these different feeds was the same back in May of 2023.
So did you look to see if you could find the actual images on the website on May 3rd of 2023?
I did. I could not find an archive of this website from May 3rd. The archive that was saved on the Internet Archive was from a little later in the month and did not have various images saved. It only had kind of the boxes that we're seeing, like the UC Davis wellness. Those kind of boxes were there. So it indicated the structure of the website was the same, but the images were not saved.
But the structure of the website on May 3rd, 2023, did it have various ways that this photo could have been downloaded onto a phone?
Yes, absolutely. So, for example, the Aggie feed in the bottom right corner, that existed back in May of 2023 as well. So if the image had been in that feed and the user goes to this website, that image can become cached on the computer.
So I'd like you to assume that that image of the memorial was being widely circulated in the media on May 3rd of 2023. If that image was available on the UC Davis website, in your opinion, could it have been downloaded onto Mr. Dominguez's MacBook simply when he signed in to make his appointment?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Vanderhook, cross-examination.
I think we need to bring the blinds down. I say so reluctantly.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So you're an attorney, correct?
I'm still licensed, but I do not practice anymore.
And so, you talked about stopping your practice in 2019. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And so, if you stopped practicing in 2019, why did you get your New York bar license in 2021? What's the purpose of that?
I have family in New York, and I was dealing with the death of my aunt, and I was the executor of her estate. Thought it might be useful to have a license in New York. So I applied and got my license in New York. Never ended up using it, but now I have a New York bar license and could practice if I ever want to.
Right. And you're still an active member of the Arizona bar?
Yes, I keep my licenses active.
So you're a licensed attorney even when you don't practice?
That's correct.
And you have experience in advocacy, correct?
Correct. I was a trial attorney, and I also teach trial advocacy at the University of Arizona Law School.
And you've given talks related to advocacy and such?
Yes, I have.
And so your current role here, is this different than your role as an advocate?
Yes, the role of an expert witness is quite different than the role of an advocate. An expert witness is here to present facts of the actual facts, and an advocate is obviously advocating for one side of the case.
Okay. And so during your testimony here, you're acting strictly in your capacity as an expert witness and not as an advocate.
That's correct.
And you mentioned that you currently work at Arizona?
That's where I live, yes. My work is national, but I live in Arizona.
Okay. And are you paid to come to court and testify like this?
I am personally salaried, so Archer Hall is paid for my time, but my salary doesn't change based on my testimony.
Understood. And which position at Archer Hall?
I am the managing director of digital forensics.
Are you one of the partners there?
No, I am not.
And how much is Archer Hall paid for your testimony?
I believe our rate was $450 an hour for analysis and for testimony in this matter.
And so, can you give us a ballpark of how many hours this whole thing will be billed for?
Prior to today, I believe we were around 20 hours, so roughly $9,000.
And so after today, with everything together, what would it be?
Add another few hours, so somewhere maybe $10,000, $12,000, or 10 to 12,000, somewhere in that range.
So the report that we saw on the overhead, that was just shared this morning to the parties, correct?
That version, there were some slight changes that I had made this morning to address some things in the presentation.
As far as that report, there's a prior version?
Correct, yes.
And did you share that report with the prosecution at all?
I sent that report to Mr. Hutchinson. I don't know what happens with it from there, but I provided it to defense counsel.
Okay. And so were you CC'd on the emails disclosing your report just this morning?
I don't recall.
Okay. When Archer Hall discloses reports and puts them for download, do people have to put in their information to download the report as far as identifying who is accessing that particular report?
Yes, they do.
And so, for example, if I was downloading it, I would say that I was the prosecutor's office and have to put my name and email and that sort of thing?
Yes.
Are you aware of the prosecution having any access to that report prior to this morning?
I don't know.
I'm going to check on discovery. This was all.
Are you done with that line of questioning?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Moving on. Okay.
Because before you had a different report, correct?
That's correct. Earlier in the month, I had a prior version of the report, and then it was revised 1 or 2 weeks ago.
So I want to talk to you briefly about cached images. Cached images are, you mentioned, saved by doing things online, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned that a cached image doesn't show that it was viewed, correct?
Correct.
So when I go to a website, how does the image get on the screen so that I can view it?
So when you go to a website from, let's say, a browser, so you open up a browser, Safari, Firefox, Chrome, something like that, go to a website, the browser communicates with the servers for the website, and it then downloads the images from that website to your device, and then loads them onto the screen that you're actually seeing.
And so a cached image becomes cached when it's loaded onto the screen for a viewer to view, right?
It is loaded in that process. It's not necessarily displayed on the screen depending on where on the page it would appear.
Okay, so the web page loads, and then depending on where I am on the web page, I may or may not see it.
Correct.
And in fact, the image could be on the screen, and I just don't see it because I'm not looking at that part of the screen, right?
Absolutely.
And so, other than the fact that the computer has the image on it, there's really never any way to tell that someone definitely looked at a particular image, correct?
Right, not from a cached image.
And so regarding the Amazon cached images on Mr. Dominguez's cell phone, you mentioned that there was a lot of images of knives?
Yes, there were.
Over 500?
Yes.
And so that would be consistent with someone doing some shopping for knives and looking around at different knives on Amazon, correct?
Yes, it could be.
And so when you go to Amazon and you say search for combat knife, it doesn't immediately load 500 different images of knives, correct?
I do not know how many images it would load at once. I have not tested that.
All right. You've been in Amazon?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any reason to believe that it loads 500 images at once?
I don't know because, again, it can load things that aren't visible on the screen. You certainly don't see that many at once.
And when you visit particular items on Amazon, let's say you're shopping and you're going to looking at a knife, then it also suggests similar items to you, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And so those would also result in cached images if it was a similar suggested item to an item you were looking at.
Objection off that scope.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so you can get cached images from searching, and you can get cached images just from being on a page, correct?
Yes.
And so these kind of 500 images, do you see anything inconsistent with that, with records that may show that there was 13 individual knives that were actually checked on Amazon? Is there anything inconsistent about the number of images with that kind of shopping experience?
No, there's not.
And so if we wanted to know, I understand that the images, 500 images, doesn't necessarily show how many they actually looked at, but if we wanted to know, we could look at, say, an Amazon record that showed us how many they individually clicked on and actually looked at, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I want to talk to you about the phone analysis events. Can I borrow those events, KK?
Yes.
So you did an analysis of the frequency or timing of power off events, correct?
Yes.
Why is that 0.5s on this scale? Like, what is a half a power off event?
There's not any half. It's just the way that the way Excel generated it. So you can see there's kind of nothing there at that 0.5 level. You kind of look at those ones. So it's 1, 2, and 3 is what we're seeing there.
Okay, and so this is talking about power off events over the course of months, all of 2023, correct?
Yes.
All from January 1st all the way to May 2nd.
Yes.
And so despite having a lot of lines for these half events, really we only have a maximum of 3 at any particular time, correct?
Correct.
And even for these events, you don't know which ones of these are manual power offs versus battery shutdowns, correct?
Correct.
And so it could be that all of them, except for the few that we know are not battery shutdowns, could all be battery shutdowns.
It's possible.
Because those battery shutdown events, the phone logs them in two different places, correct?
I believe so.
And so there's one log for shutdowns in general, and then there's one for specifically battery shutdowns, correct?
Yes, there is.
And that log for specifically for battery shutdowns is the one that's shorter, correct?
Correct.
And so for a battery shutdown that is on that log, you would expect it to find on the battery shutdown log and on the normal shutdown log, correct?
Yes.
And so since perfect. And so for everything before this kind of April 18th, 2023 shutdown, we don't know whether those are battery or manual power off, correct?
Correct. We don't know.
And we talked about Mr. Kumada. Did you have a chance to review Mr. Kumada's reports in addition to reviewing the transcript of his testimony?
Yes, I did.
Did you find anything inaccurate in his reports or things that you didn't think were supported by your review of the evidence?
I don't believe so.
Any questions, John?
Okay.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes, People's 45B. Can you take a look at that for me, please? And what is 45B?
This is a chart from Celebrate of location data based on their research of locations that are reliable and unreliable.
Thank you. And do you recognize this chart specifically?
Yes, I do.
And this is a chart that you provided as part of your work on this case, correct?
That's correct.
And so at the top, it talks about, well, may I publish, Sharon?
Okay.
Switch this. And so at the top, we have indication of types of location data. This is the private VA or mobile library. This on the top 3 lines, do you see that?
Yes.
What is this chart telling us about whether that location data is accurate and reliable?
It is saying based on the research that Celebrate did, that data is accurate and reliable.
And so if Mr. Kumada circled this to indicate that this is the data that he's using, then he's using the accurate and reliable data, correct?
Correct.
So what other types of location data are there other than, well, let's try that. That location data, is that native location data?
Yes, it is.
What's native location data?
Native location data is that kind of 7 days of location history is stored natively by the phone as opposed to not by some other app on the device. And it's stored in that location that was just circled that we were looking at.
And so, what other types of location data do we have other than native location data?
There are a ton of different sources of location data, some reliable, some not reliable. There's things like Wi-Fi locations that are not particularly reliable. There's cell tower location data that's not particularly reliable. It'll often have accuracy estimates in thousands of meters. There's location data from various apps on the phone that may or may not be reliable depending on the app that's used. There's location data from things like pictures. So there's a ton of different sources of location data.
And so for Wi-Fi location data, why is that not reliable?
What you tend to see is that it all will have the same timestamp. So you might see like at one particular time there will be a ton of different locations that are inconsistent with each other. So that's one example. The other reason, which is less common but can occur, is it's based off of the information for that Wi-Fi router. So they learn where different Wi-Fi routers are around town. But if you were to move, you take your Wi-Fi router and you move it, now it's at a new location. But when a phone sees it, it says, oh, I recognize that. I think it's here, but it's moved down the street over here. So there's kind of a couple different reasons why Wi-Fi locations might not be reliable.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as people's 45B and C.
C and D?
B and C.
I thought we just looked at B.
44B and 44C.
Okay.
And then just what we, well, there's two Bs.
No, the other one is 45B.
45B, sorry, and this is 44B and C. My apologies. All right, I'm handing you 44B and C. Can you take a look at those for me, please? Were you able to look at those?
Just now, yes.
Okay, and you've seen this data before though, right? This is data from the extraction that you looked at from Mr. Dominguez's phone?
It looks to be, yes.
And so this is data that you worked with during your analysis, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to publish what's been marked as 44B. I want to talk with you about different types of location data. So this image that we're looking at is kind of different than the other images we've seen at the top. It says Celebrate Reader. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, this is the Celebrate report of the data.
And so here we have images of satellite or a spaceship or something, a Wi-Fi router, and a tower. Do you see these kind of three different icons for different locations?
Yes.
What do those mean?
So the satellite is generally going to be depicting GPS data. The Wi-Fi is those Wi-Fi network locations, and then the tower is a cell tower location.
And so for these GPS locations, we would have to look at the precision or horizontal accuracy measurements for those to see if they were reliable, correct?
Correct. Yeah, you could click on it, and it would give you more information about what it is and what the accuracy estimate is.
And these tower data is generally unreliable because it just means that it was somewhere in range with that tower and not necessarily that that's where it was, correct?
Correct. When you click on it, you'll usually see accuracy estimates, 1,000 plus meters. They're not particularly useful.
And so this Wi-Fi, this tells us this is accurate for location, it's just not accurate for time, correct?
It generally is considered accurate for a location. There can be errors like I discussed where that Wi-Fi router actually moves, but it's certainly not reliable for time.
Okay, and so since we have a Wi-Fi router here,
Existing.
so you testified as to where the phone was in the Sycamore Park area during that time frame, correct?
Yes, based on that native location data.
Okay. So there's other location data that you excluded and you didn't look at, correct?
Correct.
And so that includes a point like this, correct?
It includes everything other than that routine D native location data.
Okay, so I want to back up here a second and I want to talk about your prior report that you've issued in this case. You did issue a prior report, correct?
Correct.
And in that report and in an email that came with that report, you made statements about the location data at Sycamore Park, correct?
I did, yes.
Specifically, you made a claim that while there are some locations in the park, I'm unable to state if the phone was actually there, correct?
Referring to April 27th only.
You said, I looked at the location data for the evening of April 27th. I narrowed it down to only known native locations, which is our best source of data.
Wait, can we slow down just a little bit, please?
Sorry. I looked at location data for the evening of April 27th. I narrowed it down to only known native locations, which is our best source of data. While there are some locations in the park, I'm unable to say the phone was actually there, correct?
That was my original findings, which have been revised, yes.
And so, but that was what was in your original report, correct?
Correct. There's also a caveat in there. This didn't have the data for long, and I had not had a chance to go through what we would normally do as a peer review quality control check internally at Archer Hall. So those were kind of preliminary findings, but that is correct.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as People's 91B. Could you take a look at that for me, please? you recognize what People's 91B is?
That's that original preliminary report.
And this is the report that you created.
Correct.
And so, how long was this the only report? How much time until the revised report came out?
I don't recall exactly. I revised the report after Mr. Kumada testified, and then I better understood the data that he was looking at and relying on, and also the time frames that he was looking at and relying on.
And so, on direct, you testified that there was one point within the park on the evening of April 27th. Do you remember that testimony?
Correct. I believe it was 11:53 p.m. There was one location point there.
And when you analyzed the data from the evening of April 27th in your original report, you made an assertion that there was inconsistencies in the phone locations, correct?
That was originally the finding, yes.
And so I'm trying to page 10 of your report, I'll publish.
Okay.
And so here you're looking at locations within the park at 11:53 and 42 seconds, and 11:53 and 44 seconds, and then you were saying that it was inconsistent with these other 2 points here, correct?
Correct.
This is more than 1 point within the park, correct?
Correct.
And you had another page also with location, what was reported as location inconsistencies. You were saying that this location in the park, 11:58:42, was inconsistent with 11:58:56, correct?
That was what I was finding at the time, and since realized that there was a mistake there.
All right, so this is different than these other 2 points, correct?
Correct.
So we have now at least 3 points in the park for April 27th, correct?
That we originally found, and I since removed because of reliability issues.
And so when you did your comparison, you looked at those points and made assertions in your report that it made it inconsistent, correct?
That was the original finding, which has since been revised.
Okay, so you were comparing these points on the other side of the freeway to these points within the park, correct?
Originally, yes.
And so this point of 11:53:32 can be found within the Cellbrite data. Now, I have now people's 91C. You see the Cellbrite data.
Hold on just a moment. 91C, I haven't heard reference to that before.
Sorry, I'll show it to you on the screen. I'm
I
handing
don't
you.
know what it is.
I'll set it up here.
Okay, thanks.
I'm handing you up the marked as people's 91C. Can you take a look at that for me, please? Have you had a chance to look at 91C?
Yes,
Is this more Cellbrite data?
it is, yes.
And this relates to the points that you have in your initial report as being inconsistent, correct?
Some of it does.
And so, if we publish page 1 of 91C, and we're going to work together with 91C and 91B at the same time. So for 91B, you look at this point here, 11:53:32, right?
Yes.
And so when we look at the actual Cellbrite data for 11:51:32, why is the Cellbrite data then saying that it gives us a different time? Instead of 11:53:32, it's telling us 6:53:32.
That one is showing in UTC as opposed to local time. You have to subtract 7 hours.
Okay, so even though it says 6:53:32, this is that 11:53:32 point.
Correct.
And here it gives a horizontal accuracy number, correct?
Yes,
And this is in meters, correct?
it is.
And so this tells us that it has horizontal accuracy of 2,000, sorry. There we go. It has horizontal accuracy of 2,846 meters, correct?
Correct.
And you said that that was inconsistent with a point that happened seconds before, which was, so 11:53, 32, and you're saying that was inconsistent with 1153.44 and 1153.42, because phones can't move that far that fast. That was your assertion, correct?
Originally, and again, I've since revised it, having more time to look through the data.
And so if we go to page 2 of People's 91C, and we look at these points, the 1153.44 and 1153.42, starting with the 1153.44 point, we can see that it has horizontal accuracy of 28 meters, correct?
That's correct.
And that point, according to your initial report, is right smack in the middle of Sycamore Park, correct?
Correct, and that one remains in the revised report.
And so this location with 28 meters accuracy is not actually inconsistent with this location with over 2 kilometers of accuracy. They're actually completely consistent with each other, correct?
Yes, they are correct, but I didn't include that other one because of that accuracy estimate. So that's why those have been removed in the current report.
The one from today.
Well, yeah, I created it about, 1 or 2 weeks ago, and then there was a slight revision today.
And so you also talk about, in your prior report, you talk about this point here, 1152.47, how that's on the left side of the freeway, and how that's in conflict with these points within the park, correct?
Again, that was the kind of initial opinion that has since been revised.
Okay, but it is correct that that's what you had in your initial opinion?
Yes.
And so that had a horizontal accuracy of 2,405 meters, correct?
Yes.
So again, over 2 kilometers.
Yes.
And you were comparing that to a point that was in the park with a horizontal accuracy of 120 meters, correct?
Yes.
And so these 2 points that are on the slide in your initial report were claiming that this is inconsistent, or indicating that this is inconsistent, is you have points that are way outside the park with horizontal accuracy of over 2 kilometers, and you have 2 points in the park with horizontal accuracy of 28 and 120 meters, correct?
Yes, that's why this was removed. There was an error earlier on.
And so this is
352 at this point.
Getting there.
So this is all,
Overall,
this-
move on though.
this is all consistent with the phone being in a park, correct?
Those 2 points on the left aren't particularly reliable. The 2 points on the right that are in the park are certainly consistent.
But these 2 points on the left are not inconsistent with the phone being in the park, correct?
They're just not reliable sources for us to be using.
And then on the next page, where you talk about 2 additional points that are reported as inconsistent, it's the same thing. You have a point outside the park with a very high horizontal accuracy, and then you have a point in the park which doesn't actually list horizontal accuracy for that point, correct?
Correct. Again, preliminary report that has since been revised.
Because that point outside the park there, this one that was reported as inconsistent, has over 4.5 kilometers of inconsistency, or of horizontal accuracy error in it, right?
That's correct. That's why it's no longer in the report.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and stop there. All right, we need to take an afternoon break. Thank you for your patience. We'll resume the testimony of Brian Chase after our 15-minute break. Don't form any opinions, don't research the case, and don't discuss the substance. Thank you. We'll see you after the break.
All right, so let's go through Mr. Brian Chase's managing director for digital forensics company. He is from Arizona, but he practices law in many other places. He stopped practicing trial law in 2019. He's testified about 45 times. He's testified on the state and federal levels in Arizona, New Mexico, this courthouse meeting where they are right now, in California, Nevada, and Alaska. He talks about the extracted cell phone data, talks about MacBook Pro extraction data as well. He reviewed Christopher Kumada's extraction, that was the expert for the state. Talks about Cellbrite and Axiom. Then a report is generated. There were 2 reports from Kumada. He reviewed court transcripts as well. He created a PowerPoint on his finding. He reviewed his PowerPoint presentation over lunch, which is interesting. And then as it comes out, he created it and he revised it like a week and a half ago. And then I think he revised it again at lunch. Talks about cached images. Just because it was cached doesn't mean they viewed them. I can get with that. Just because I can get with that. Now, Jen McCabe, that's a completely different thing. I still can't wrap my head around that. But let's see. So there were 500 images from Amazon. So what he's saying basically is if you search for one, if you type in knives in Amazon, it's going to open up. Well, let's do a quick little. Let's see. Let me go to Amazon, and I'll do blankets. Blankets, and just a bunch of images come up. But does that mean in my history, my cache, all these images of of blankets will show up? I guess that's what they're saying. So if someone searches for a knife on Amazon, will Amazon have multiple images of knives? Yes, of course. That's what I just discovered with blankets. So does that mean he looked at 500 images? He's like, well, there's no way to determine if someone actually viewed all those. So then they go into December 31st through May 3rd. Excuse me. And the phone power event. So this is when the phone was turned off. So the times that the phone was turned off for more than an hour were 23 times from December 31st to May 3rd. So that's basically January, February, March, April. It's basically like 4 months. So in like 120 days, 23 times it was turned off for more than an hour. It was off for more than a day or more too. So then they went through all the days that it was turned off. And I took screenshots of that if we ever want to look at that. Then he talks about the battery shutdown events. We talk about that from April 25th to May 3rd. No location data on April 26th. Now remember, the first stabbing was April 27th. Phone was off April 29th. So what I was getting from this is, well, Northwest, you said one thing and I was getting something different. But I think, to me, both are kind of true. If Carlos was turning off his phone and turning it back on again while he was going and doing these stabbings, to me that shows he was devious, he was planning, he was, malice aforethought. He's thinking about it. He's like, let me turn my phone off and leave it here, and then I'll go do the stabbings, and I'll come back and I'll turn the phone on. That's where I was going with it. Northwest, I think you were going with he didn't have the mental capacity to know that his phone was dying, so he didn't turn it on. Or I'm sorry, he didn't plug it in. So I think both can be true, to be quite honest. Meaning he wasn't being particularly sneaky or devious and saying, I'm going to turn the phone off and I'm going to go do these things, right? He wasn't thinking that. So that's what I got out of it. Then they talk about the phone goes off due to battery dying. Something went wrong with the phone clock before law enforcement could download the data. That's the whole gray key thing he was talking about. Then they talk about the phone location data, and that's kind of where they are with Cross right now. He talks about him moving, he kept going to campus, right? On May 1st, he traveled to campus. May 2nd, he traveled to campus. So it's like he's still going. He's caught in this loop. He's like he doesn't know. It's like almost like, like when they say somebody dies and the spirit, they don't know that they're dead and they're kind of trapped in an area. That's what I'm kind of getting from Carlos. Like he just doesn't know that he's just not. Here's where I think he's just not in touch with reality. He doesn't realize that he got canned from the university and he's just going through the motions of still going to campus. Kind of like a spirit who doesn't know they're dead and they're just like wandering around like, am I dead or not? What's going on? What happened? Let's see. Then we're into Cross. So he stopped practicing law in 2019, but why do you have a New York license in 2020? Well, he was dealing with the death of his aunt. He teaches law advocacy in Arizona. So are you an expert witness now, or are you an advocate? He says, of course, I'm an expert witness. I'm not an advocate. He's getting paid $450 an hour. Blah, blah, blah. They always bring that up. He made slight changes to his presentation this morning, and he sent it to the defense. So the state is intimating that he made these changes, and they didn't reciprocal discovery. They didn't show it to the state. Defense has been screaming that from the top of the mountains. They've said that multiple times, that where you guys, this information wasn't given to us, this evidence was not given to us. So now it seems like the defense possibly was withholding some discovery from the state. Let's see. Earlier in the month, he had a prior version, but he revised it a few weeks ago after Kamada testified. Now they're just going over inconsistencies for the cell phone data location. So, yeah. So that's that. I did want to play something. Let me see if I can. I'm going to play something for you guys. Pammy, I told you I was going to show the compassion bench, but I found something better. Let's see. Hold on a sec. All right, hold on. I'm going to try and do this quickly if I can while they're still on the break. If this doesn't work, then I'll do it. I'll show it at... Okay, here, check this out. So, Pammy, here's the compassion bench. That's the compassion bench, right? And here's something I found. Check this out.
Spearheaded by David Breaux, who's a compassion activist who's been standing on the corner for the past 4 years with a mission to... My name is Brennan. I'm the founder of the Peace on Earth Bench movement. It's a nonprofit that empowers youth and community members to transform waste into a community place. And what you see happening behind me is the Compassion Corner Earth Bench. It's a collaboration that's been spearheaded by David Breaux, who's a compassion activist who's been standing on the corner for the past 4 years with a mission to raise awareness about compassion.
I was under an instruction of a will greater than my own to take a pen and a notepad and start asking people about compassion. That's it. In doing so, to make sure that it is helping others. So one of the most common concepts and at the core of compassion is to make sure that it is extended.
I think he's really important in the community. He provides an outlet for people to really just say what they want.
Today is about compassion. Today is about the community coming together to help build an earth bench at the corner of C and 3rd. It's a monument that is being built in honor of compassion.
So after the earth bench is built, we'll be gifting it to the city of Davis. And it's also a collaboration with Mark Rivera, a public mosaic artist.
My involvement in the Compassion Bench project is to have the community come out and make handmade tiles around the theme of compassion and put together a mosaic which will be different panels that will be incorporated in the earth bench.
The entire project has been funded by people, individual donors, different foundations. It's been completely funded and driven by compassion.
There was ceramics, all these ceramics people that made pieces of ceramics to go inside the bench. And then we're using all these old bottles and stuffing them with plastic for support. And then we got people over there working on the cob to kind of like an adhesive.
Between the bench itself and all the tile mosaics and everything that's going on, plus the band that's going on, just sort of the whole vibe and the feel of it is really, really awesome. So people really like to be a part of building community.
there's been events in Davis that crop up, every couple 6 months or something like that make us, not proud of who we are, and they, show signs of intolerance. And this is something that we can do as a community to send a clear message to everybody who comes through Davis, all the students streaming by on their bikes, the, really tens of thousands of people every week that come to the farmers market and say, compassion is part of Davis.
There are monuments that remind us of competition. There are monuments that remind us of our intellect. And so I figured let's provide the world with monuments that remind us of compassion. And today's it's happening.
So that was pretty cool, right? I didn't know what I was actually going to get with that, but that was them actually building it. That was them actually building this compassion bench, right? So there it is. That's so cool, right? That's so cool. So there you go, Pammy. That one was for you. I'm glad you liked it, you guys. That's so cool. All right, yeah, that was excellent. Hey, Irish Amy's such an incredible human. Agreed. Pammy, that was amazing. Absolutely. Irish Amy, yep. Definitely research. Lily Wayne, that was excellent. Diana, yep. Ruby, amazing. Oh, hold on. Sorry, Ruby, that was amazing. Therapist, you're a loser of a human. Let's go build a bench. Yes. Capri and you can go build a you can build a. Yes, let's build a bridge. Widespread, I thought the bench was built as a memorial after his death. Yeah, and no. Uh-oh. Why is my... Great. Something's going on with my... I can't get rid of that. I can't get rid of that. I can't remove that post. Wonderful. Let me see. Great. Can't seem to get rid of that post. A bridge with benches. Yes. I can't seem to get rid of your post, therapist. It's not letting me get rid of your post. I can't get rid of that post. No, Widespread, that's not the bench he was attacked. That is not. And now I can't get rid of that post. No, the post that you see right there, therapist, Capri Pants, let's build a bridge. I can't get rid of it. Usually I can, toggle off and on people's, so we're going to have that on. Let me see. Let me see if I can, how can I delete message? Maybe if I delete it. I'm going to try and delete the message and see what happens. Still up there. Awesome. Well, I deleted your message. Sorry, therapist. Yep. All right. Looks like we're just going to have that for the rest of the feed. Well, it's not a bad thing to have up there, right? Capri Pants, let's build a bridge. Yeah. It's not, I can't remove that post. You have to build a bridge now. Awesome. Yeah, I deleted it. You deleted it. I don't know why it's not. I mean, I don't want to do anything weird that's really going to screw everything up. So we'll just leave it up there for now. It's in honor of David. How about that? We'll say it's in honor of David. That post is going to stay up. It was fine right up until Capri Pants, Let's Build a Bridge. It was fine up until then. Yeah, Pammy, glad it wasn't one of your snarky quotes. I know, right? That would have been bad. I don't want to refresh, Kate, because that will screw up everything on this on our streaming software. So definitely not going to press escape. Not going to press escape because this has nothing to do with that. It's something else. So we'll just leave it up. That's all I can do is just leave it up for now. Something's frozen for sure. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm trying, Northwest. Thank you for the suggestion. That's all I'm doing.
Okay, let's go back on the record.
Stays up.
After our afternoon break, and Mr. Vanderhook is on cross-examination of Brian Chase. Go ahead, sir.
So, sir, we were just talking about the prior report and how it talked about reported location inconsistencies. Do you remember us talking about that?
Yes.
And you, in fact, drafted an email that was sent back on May 1st making that same assertion, correct?
I'd have to look at the date. I don't recall.
Check 352 relevance. Can we please approach?
Yes. Off the record. Sorry, folks. Should have covered the screen, right?
So I just hid it. I can just hide it. But as soon as I pop it back up, I won't be able to pull up any... yeah, I can hide it at least. All right. Well, after the stream ends, we'll figure it out. So... It's I can't pull up featured chat, but it's okay. It's not a big deal. So they came back from the break, and then they're like, "Nope, Judge, we have to have a sidebar." and the judge says, "We should have done this while we were at the break." Yeah, you should have. Why they didn't do that at the break, I don't know. But now here we are.
Okay, back on the record. Okay, listen, we had a conversation in sidebar trying to clarify the scope of examination. So I'll try to give some direction, and the objection is noted and overruled at this point. Go ahead.
Beginning with the mark for identification purposes, People's 91E, is that the email in which you made that prior assertion?
Yes.
And is it a very accurate copy of that?
It appears to be, yes.
And regarding Mr. Kamad's report, you previously indicated in an email that Mr. Kamada used invalid data to make his report. Do you remember making that assertion?
Yes, that was my understanding at the time, and after reading his testimony, I realized he did not use that data.
And so I'm handing you with the Marcus Peoples 91D, and on page 3, is that the email in which you make the assertion that Mr. Kamada used unreliable information?
Yes.
Okay, and so that's not correct. He did in fact use reliable information?
Wait, can you say that question again?
Sorry.
He's already said that he didn't find any mistakes in Kamada's report.
And so this is talking about, you indicated that you believe Mr. Kamada used Wi-Fi location data and not native location data, correct?
Yeah, that was my understanding at the time. It's since been cleared up, and I realized he did not do that.
But at the time you had Mr. Kamada's report, correct?
Correct.
And it specifically said the exact file path of the location data that he used, correct?
He said, he didn't say that was the only location data that he used. So there was, I don't recall the exact wording that he used, but I think he said something along the lines of most or majority, or I don't recall the exact wording, but I wasn't clear based on his report that that was the exclusive source of location data. After his testimony, I realized that it was the exclusive source, and I agreed with that location as being correct.
And with the mark for identification purposes, it was 45D. Can you take a look at that, please?
Yes. Yes, this is it.
So this is Mr. Kamada's report?
Yes, it was primary source. Excuse me, that was the language I was looking for.
And so he didn't make any indication that he used any source other than native location data?
Well, he said primary source, not exclusive source. And I said later, this got cleared up, and I realized that was the exclusive source of location data.
And so going back to the screen to 44B, this Wi-Fi location data that you were indicating that you believe Mr. Kamada was using, this is that kind of Wi-Fi image on the map that we were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah, I believed he was, and turns out he was not using that data.
Object 352, Your Honor.
Sustained. We're done. We're not going through Wi-Fi data that nobody relied on. So keep moving to things that people relied on.
Well, the Wi-Fi data is reliable for location, correct?
Sustained.
Does the Wi-Fi location data show locations different than what's indicated in your report?
Objection 352.
Sustained. Counsel, my understanding is Mr. Kamada didn't rely on Wi-Fi data.
Correct.
Okay, the objection is sustained. Your own witness didn't rely on it.
Sir, and so you subsequently wrote an email and included that as an attached image showing a map of location data. You continue with the mark for people's 91A. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Object 352, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know what it is yet.
Same issue.
What's the document?
An image prepared by Mr. Chase.
I gotta get more information before I can roll an objection.
All right, sir, and we talked just briefly about the email that you sent on May 6th. Was this an attachment to the email that you sent on May 6th?
It was an attachment to an email. I don't recall what the date was, but yes, I created that image and I did send it to defense counsel.
You still have the emails in front of you?
I have the image from May, or the email from May 1st in front of me.
Handing you 91B. And is that an image that you sent with location data from Sycamore Park from that?
Objection 352.
We're back to that issue, sustained. You don't need to answer.
We had a conversation about this. I understand the location data from 2 experts now as to Sycamore Park, and any additional information is confusing to the jury, and that's classic grounds for a 352 rule.
May we approach?
Sure. Yeah, briefly. Off the record.
Yeah, this judge does not seem happy right now. Dwayne, thank you so much for all of the gifts. That is fantastic. Thank you so much. Let me see. Let me see if I can pull it up. See if it's changed or not. Feature chat. Nope. Still capri pants. Let's build a bridge. I can't change it. So sorry. But yeah, this judge is getting very ticked off about Kumada didn't rely on Wi-Fi data. Your own witness didn't rely on the data, so stop bringing it up.
The last objection is the same.
So on direct, you testified about Gray Key. What's Gray Key?
Gray Key is a forensics tool sold exclusively to law enforcement that extracts data from cell phones.
Is there anything about Gray Key that makes it an unreliable tool?
Nothing that I know of. It's only law enforcement only, so I personally cannot test it, but it is widely used by law enforcement for extracting data.
All right, so you talked about power cycle data from May 2nd, and you talked about all these power on events. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And could those come from restarts of the device?
They could be restarts. There's no power off though, which still seems a little odd. So I'm not quite sure what would cause only power on and no power off, other than something like the use of a forensics tool that might be attempting to extract data from the device.
And so I have here people's 45. Wait, this on the screen.
45 what?
45.
Okay, so you've labeled, so 45 without an A or B or any lettering.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and this was the, okay, go ahead.
And so, sir, this is the power on, power off log that Mr. Kamada testified. And have you seen this log before?
I have, yes.
And so you talked about Gray Key and the effect that it might have on power on and power off times. And so I'm going to ask you specifically about this power off event on April 27th at 21 minutes after midnight. Do you have any reason to believe that this power off event is unreliable in any way?
I do not.
And what about these 2 events on May 2nd? Do you have any reason to believe that those are unreliable?
I wouldn't rely on them because of that power on events. So without doing testing, I wouldn't want to state whether those are reliable or not.
But when you did your initial report, you didn't limit yourself to the phone extraction data. You also looked at cell tower data, correct?
Objection outside scope. No, overrule.
I initially looked at it, yes.
And so cell tower data would give us another indication as to whether these times were reliable, correct?
Potentially.
Right, because when a phone talks to a cell tower, it's sending data back and forth to the tower continuously to do things like check for new emails and check for app updates and things like that, correct?
Correct.
And so we can see from the cell tower log when the phone is communicating with the tower, and then we can see times when there's no communication with the tower, correct?
Yes.
And so if there's no communication with the tower during certain periods, then that would be consistent with these being accurate power off events, correct?
Consistent, yes.
Well, if the phone is off, can it talk to the tower?
Cannot.
And so you've reviewed these records before, correct?
Which records are you referring to?
The AT&T records?
Yes, I have.
So I'm handing you what's been marked as People's 91F. Could you take a look at this for me, please? And so for those records, they're in UTC as well, correct?
They are, yes.
So that's 7 hours ahead of Pacific time?
Correct.
And so for that, does that show any data communications between the tower and the phone after about 3:24 p.m. on May 2nd?
Give me one moment while I look. It does not on, sorry, one moment. No, it does not on this document.
All right, when does it show after 3:24 p.m. that data transmissions with the tower resume?
Sorry, I have to do the conversions here. Give me a moment.
Well, let me sharpen the previous question. Prior to 3:24 p.m., what's the last time you see data moving to the tower or between the tower?
Sorry, hold on. I'm trying to do mental math here and make sure I've got the times right, since I'm converting from 24-hour clock and UTC to make sure I get this right.
UTC makes it difficult, I understand.
Yep. I'm sorry, can you repeat your question again, which I'm looking at?
By the cell tower logs, when on May 2nd, what's the latest transmission prior to 3:24 p.m.?
Okay, the latest transmission prior to 3:24. Looking at this, assuming I just did my math right, we have data usage UTC would be 21:43 p.m., which would be, I think, 3 p.m. if I did that right.
All right, so this 21, so may I retrieve the exhibit here?
Okay.
This is Peoples 91F. And so from this log, we have a transmission on May 2nd at 21:43 and 39 seconds, correct?
Correct.
So 21:43, that transmission lasts 40 minutes and 22 seconds, correct?
Correct.
So if we add 44 minutes to 21:43,
yes.
That gets us to 22:27, correct?
I'll trust your math on that. It sounds right.
Right. This is all consistent with those shutdown times, right? There's nothing in this cell phone log that's transmitting when the shutdown log by Mr. Kamada says the phone is off, right?
I believe so.
Right. In fact, when we have this restart time of 2020 on 5/2, that's exactly when the data on the cell phone tower record starts up again, right?
I believe so.
So I'm going to return to you 91F. And so for the next shutdown event that we have on May 2nd, we also have data transmissions between the tower and Mr. Dominguez's cell phone stopping right at this time of 8:56 p.m., right?
Yes.
And so then we have data resuming at 8:57 on May 2nd, again, per the tower logs, correct?
So the tower log resumes, let's see here. It's 3:21 UTC, which I believe is 8:21? No, or is that 9:21? Sorry. This is why I always try to convert to one time zone so I don't have to do this in my head on the stand.
So it's 3:21 a.m. UTC, right?
Correct, yes.
And how long does that transmission last?
That one is 35 minutes and 14 seconds.
So that takes us to 3:56 p.m., right? Or sorry, 3:56 a.m.
Yes.
And when we subtract 7 hours, that makes it 8:56 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And so the tower data is resuming right around the same time as the phone is reporting its power on again, correct?
This is showing the data is ending at that time.
Understood. Sorry. So it's ending at this time at 20:56.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So these logs match the tower logs perfectly.
Yes.
Last, I just want to make sure that this power off event here, April 28th, 2023 at 21 a.m., is that also supported by the tower logs?
Give me one moment. I believe it was, but let me double check. Yes, it is.
And so this time of 21 minutes after midnight, but at the same time that the cell tower logs say that they stopped receiving data from the phone.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move on to a different topic. These shutdowns that we have here, including both shutdowns on May 21st, these are, and this on April 28th, these are manual shutdowns and not battery death shutdowns, correct?
Correct.
So, one more topic and wrap it up.
Okay.
If we could get our defense KK again. So, I just wanted clarification. There was that thing about the UC Davis website, going to that. That activity, that was on the MacBook and not on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And so when we're talking about location data and power off data, that's all phone, and the web surfing stuff is on a different device altogether. It's a MacBook.
That's correct.
So, from Defense KK, I'll just put that on the screen real quick. So I'm going to ask you a question about this browser data that was talked about on your direct. So at the top we have these advising appointment creations. Do you see that?
Yes.
And towards the bottom, in fact, the bottom two entries, we have something labeled scheduled over. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so is this browser activity consistent with booking the advising appointment and then going forward and then going to the schedule builder?
It seems like it, yes.
And then lastly, there was, so this image then is another cached image that we're talking about, this kind of picture of the memorial, correct?
Yes.
And so this is like the Amazon data where it's something that would have been loaded into the web page, but because we don't necessarily, without being there and looking at what the person is seeing, you can never really know what the person is seeing, right?
Yes, that's true.
But it's an image that the computer pulled up when the person visited that web page.
Yes.
Right, nothing.
Okay, that concludes cross-examination. Mr. Hutchinson, any other?
Sir, do you have Mr. Kamada's supplemental report with you today? Or did you bring it with you today?
I did.
Could you get that out if you have?
For my benefit, has that been marked as an exhibit?
I believe it's what I'm holding, which is 45D.
Okay.
And is that, look at the report, does that include the power on summaries and the cell phone location data?
Yes, it does.
And what is the date of that report, sir?
It is April 18th of 2025.
Sir, as former attorney, are you familiar with the term late discovery?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'd like you to assume that this trial was scheduled to begin on April 28th. Can you assume that fact?
Sure.
So the date of that report, how many days before trial would that be?
10 days.
And sir, sometimes when an attorney gets discovery 10 days before trial, in your experience, do they have to find an expert on an expedited basis?
Objection. Foundation. Circulation.
Yes, I've made those calls and I have received those calls.
Do you know what date you were retained by my office?
I don't recall exactly. I remember it was very soon before you were supposed to be starting trial, but I don't remember the exact date.
Now, the prosecutor is referencing a report, like a formal report. Did you have time to write a formal report in this case?
No, I was trying to get results out as quickly as possible, as I knew trial at that point had either already started or was about to. I wrote an email with some preliminary findings. I also put a caveat in that email saying I have not had a chance to fully investigate all of these and have these peer reviewed by other examiners in my office, which is something we would normally do before drafting a formal report.
And these emails that you sent me, did I tell you who I would forward those emails to?
Yes, you informed me they would be forwarded to the prosecution.
Sir, were you working on your analysis? What dates were you actually doing the analysis when you were looking at the data and arriving at your findings? Do you recall what day you started that?
It was immediately upon receiving the data. I don't remember the exact date, and then I believe that first email with preliminary findings was May 1st. I think we did it all within the span of about a week and a half at most.
So again, assuming this trial began on April 28th, you were still doing your analysis while this trial was ongoing?
That's correct.
And was your initial understanding of what data Mr. Kamada was relying on with respect to the location at Sycamore Park on April 27th and April 28th, did that change as you got more information?
Yes, it did.
And did you revise your opinion?
Yes, I did.
And this PowerPoint that we showed, when did you prepare the first draft of this PowerPoint?
So there was an initial draft around that time of May 1st. There was another draft, I want to say maybe a week later or something. It was shortly after Mr. Kamada testified.
Okay. Did I ask you to, for purpose of clarification only, make some changes to the PowerPoint to show which events were battery dying and which events were power off?
Yes.
Is that why you added those asterisks?
Yes, it is.
But were those just for clarification? Were there any substantive changes?
To that portion, no. There was a mistake on another slide that was also cleaned up.
Today, the prosecutor referenced a new report. Did you make a single correction to the PowerPoint this morning?
Yes, I removed an incorrect statement on one of the slides so that it wasn't going to be shown today, because there was a mistake on that PowerPoint.
And the PowerPoint had indicated the power off event on April 28th, 2023 at 12:21 a.m. was a battery dying, correct?
That was the mistake that we cleared up. Yes.
And that was not your finding. That was just a typographical error in the PowerPoint, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you correct that?
I did.
Other than that, was there any modification you made today to that PowerPoint?
I added the slide that showed the location data for April 30th that just showed the phone had not moved that day. Those were the only two changes that were made today.
And sir, with respect to the the May 2nd power on events, how many power on events were there?
There was 20 power on events in a row.
And so are you disputing that the phone was off for a substantial portion of May 2nd?
No.
Do you agree with Mr. Kamada in that regard?
Yes, I do.
But do you think the specific power on events in the extraction are reliable?
No, that 20 in a row of power on would indicate there is some problem with that data, so I don't think you should rely on those power on events on May 2nd.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderford. Any follow-up?
I just have 3 questions.
Okay.
So regarding May 2nd, 2025, the power off events though, reliable?
They match up with the AT&T data. I still worry about relying on the data from the phone for May 2nd because of that 20 power on events in a row.
And for the location data that was revised between reports, can you say now whether the phone was at Sycamore Park on the evening of April 27th going into April 28th?
There is one location point on April 27th that fits pretty squarely within the park. The morning of April 28th, there are many more that are potentially in or nearby, very close by the park when you account for that accuracy estimate.
And by many, you mean there's more than 50?
I don't recall the exact number, that sounds about right.
And those location points go from midnight to about 21 minutes after midnight?
Approximately, yes.
And so the phone is still reporting that it's at or near the park at the time that it's powered off that day?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Okay. All right. Last question.
Sir, can the AT&T records tell you whether the phone on May 2nd was manually powered off or powered it off due to battery dying?
The AT&T records only tell us that the phone stopped communicating with the tower. It does not tell us why that communication stopped.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Okay. All right. All right, Mr. Chase, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your patience with me, and have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. And so then, Mr. Hutchinson.
I'm going to recall Sergeant Muscardini.
Sergeant Muscardini. Let's get the witness back. And I'm going to stand up and stretch. Feel free to join me. Thank you. Off record.
So they're getting up and they're stretching. They're calling Mr. Muscardini back in, and looks like we're going to have more of the video. So the only thing that I found exciting about that was when the judge got upset. Kamada didn't rely on Wi-Fi data. Your own witness didn't rely on the data. Talked about his supplemental report, Kamada supplemental report. You know what late discovery is? That was objected to. That was sustained. He made a single correction. There was a mistake on his PowerPoint presentation about the power off event. Battery was dying. It was a typo. So really nothing too spectacular there. Yeah, it seems like it's going to be more video.
Muscardini is in the witness stand.
I'm just going to resume playing the video at 11:11 p.m.
Okay.
Perhaps take a 5-minute break. I'm sorry, I don't know why it's not injected now.
Well, I don't know about 5 minutes, but off the record. Yeah, that's all right. Let's get it sorted. Feel free to.
Seems to be having problems with his video today. He had problems at the top of the morning, and now problems again. So this is Sergeant Matthew Muscardini, and obviously the video interview. We're almost done with it. I can't imagine we have more than an hour, but let's see. Yeah, that is a cool castle. Is that in Bavaria? Is that in the Bavarian Alps? That castle? Northwest? That's a cool castle. Right? Or is that in Germany? Bavarian Alps? Somewhere over there? Yeah, I thought we'd be on closing as well. Bavaria? Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you. You're welcome, Shay. I wish I could pull up your... let me see if it's changed or not. Nope, still stuck on that. Yeah, I'm just going to have to quit my software, but I'm not going to do that now.
I had to take care of some things, so matter of fact, John is finding it a little easier to talk. We talked about a couple things. The guy that first got in the park, right? There was one that.
Yeah.
Not one that, the second guy.
Yeah.
So, what's a little bit better about it? Well, he thought it was kind of a little more at ease. thought things would come out a little sooner or a little bit easier. So I'll take care. I'll come back and check with you guys a little bit, right? Oh yeah, I'll grab it.
How you doing, John? Doing okay? So I'm not sure where my apartment on the top. Can you tell me about that? You said that you stabbed this guy a bunch of times? No, I didn't stab him. You didn't stab him? No. Okay.
So if you weren't watching, when you left, were you watching through the window?
I was not.
So when you told Mr. Azaminez, you said you stabbed the guy a bunch of times, what was the source of your information for that statement?
That information was given to me by Detective Ramos in the hallway before I went back in.
Why are we doing this? You just told him that he did. Do you just not want to tell me? Because if you told him, I don't know why now you're saying that you didn't.
Yeah. When we talked about it, we both said that they were done with all messing around with cars, right? We finished that and they said we're going, there's nothing, we can go back. What's done is done, it's time to move on, move forward. Show them some pictures of it's at his house, the blood and different things in there. Let them know about somebody who saw him at the park for the second one. Also, what else did I say? Or do you know what else we talk about? John, what else did we talk about?
Just about the, places and the crime and...
The first one, he said he sat in the park, in Central Park for a couple hours. I don't know what words you're about, that's what we talked about, right?
Yeah, I wasn't like there. But we talked about about the park and how about the day and the different times.
Yeah. He said it's about 10 o'clock for Central Park. He showed me with the pen how he was holding his knife.
How were you, sorry, I'm gonna get shot.
Sorry.
How are you holding the pen, oh my gosh. How are you holding the knife here? Can you show me? Well, I wasn't holding it, but, you were holding the knife like that at this park? So why are you holding the pen like that then? Because that's how I hold the knife. That's how you hold the knife? Yeah. And what did you do with the knife? At this party? To this man? That you didn't know? My name isn't anything. So, John, what do you mean you didn't do anything? You just said you were holding this knife at the park that says.
Just clarify to back up a little bit. You told me that you didn't have an exact number, you just knew you stabbed that guy a lot. Those are your words. In Central Park, you gave me an estimate of 40. anything.
Thanks. John. How many times did you stab this guy? I didn't understand. You just told my partner you did. So you don't want to tell me or what? You told my partner. So let me take these out. So now we'll just focus on taking more blood. You even told me how you held the knife. Was it like this? Yeah. So how did you stab him like this? I didn't stab him. What did you do though? I didn't. Why are you lying to me? You just told him that you did. I didn't. John, let's stop playing the game. That's why you're playing this game. Why are we playing the game? I'm not sure. Okay. Tell me about the bike that you took after. You're seen on camera, so tell me about why you took the bike. Was that to get away? I didn't take the bike. You didn't? John, you did it. You took the guy's bike after you stabbed him to death. Do you remember what you told the guy that came up to you? To see what happened? Do you remember what you told him? No. Did you say something to him? No. Yes, you did. You said, leave me alone. Do you remember saying that? No, I don't. Okay, John. I don't know why now you're not being honest. You talked about this one with my partner. You talked partially about this one. You just feel more comfortable talking to him? No. So tell me about this. You said you were holding a knife. You were at this park, and a guy died. You don't know how many times you stabbed him? No, I didn't stab him. Yes, you did. You just told my partner you stabbed this guy. John, you just told my partner you stabbed this guy. Hello? Do you hear me? No. I didn't take the bike or anything. You did? But you knew there was a bike there. What do you mean you didn't take the bike? I don't think you meant to take the bike. No, I didn't. I didn't have a bike with me. I know. You took his bike. The person that you killed here in the park was riding a bike. And when you got confronted by someone, you took his bike and you fled. I know exactly your path to travel. You crossed this little, right here. And you crossed, you're right here along these houses. You killed him. You took his bike. You crossed this bridge, which went over the freeway. You came this way on the bike path, or on the street, and you left the bike there. And then you left from there. Is that true? No. Yes, it is. Stop lying. Okay. But it's not true. You didn't take his bike? No, I didn't. So who took his bike? I wouldn't know. You wouldn't know? No. Because it was you? No, I didn't. So why were you in this park holding a knife like this? John, why were you in the park holding a knife like this? You do know. Why were you in the park holding holding a knife like this? John, why were you holding a knife like this in the park? I'm not sure. What do you mean you're not sure? So you were in the park holding a knife? I was at a park, but I wasn't holding the knife. You just showed me you were holding it like this. Let's stop lying. It's not my first day. Did this person that you stabbed to death do anything to you? No. So why did you kill him? I didn't. So who killed him? And if you didn't, you were in the park with a knife. You told my partner that you stabbed him numerous times. So why are you changing your mind now? I'm not changing. You're not. You told my partner that you stabbed this guy. Why did you tell him that and now you're telling me that you didn't? John? I'm not here to judge you. So whatever you tell me you stabbed this guy 20 times, I'm not here to judge you. I'm just here to find out exactly what you did. Yeah, I didn't. So you stabbed this guy? No. Well, why did you tell my partner you stabbed this guy 40 times?
So you keep referencing what he told your partner. You've heard me say that multiple times now?
Yes.
And you had not, your only source of what he had told your partner was the word of Steve Ramos, correct?
Correct.
Did it ever occur to you at any point that perhaps what Mr. Ramos told you was not accurate?
I didn't think of it at the time, no.
I didn't. You didn't tell my partner that? I didn't stop him. But why did you tell my partner that you did? I'm not sure. John, why did you tell my partner that you stabbed him? John, why did you tell my partner that you stabbed him at Central Park? Is he lying? No. Are you lying? No. Okay. Why? John, why? Why did you do all this? And don't say I didn't do this. Why did you do all this? I'm not sure. You're not sure why you did it? No. You know what? No, I'm not sure. You're not sure about what? About what you're trying to say. What do you mean you're not sure about it? Because I didn't let him stab me or anything. You just told my partner you did it. So why are you telling me that you didn't? Does that make sense? Yeah. No, it doesn't make sense. You think you're going to disappoint me? No. Do you feel like you're going to be embarrassed? No. So why not tell me the truth? Kevin. You were in this park at the same time that someone was killed. And you just told me that you were in the park with a knife holding it like this. explain that? Tell me what happened from start to finish. When did you decide to go to the park and look for someone to kill? What time? John, what time did you decide? That day? I went to the park and I was just minding my business and I just went back. That's about it. You're lying. Hey John, why did you tell my partner you shot this guy? And now you're telling me you didn't. Because I didn't. Because you didn't? But you told him you did. Hello? You just want to tell me? No, I'm not sure. You're not sure what to say? You realize they have like stuff at your house that we're going over to get right now, right? Evidence? What would your family want you to do? Would they want you to be honest? Yeah. Who would want you to be honest the most? Your grandma? Yeah. I'll say your mom? Your siblings? Myself. You want to be honest for yourself? Yeah. So just be honest. Be honest, John. Be honest to yourself. John. What happened? Tell me what happened, John. And don't tell me that you went to the park and then you went home and nothing happened in between. I'm not sure. You're not sure? No. I think you are sure. You know exactly what happened. You may not know how many times you stabbed this person. But it was a lot. How many times do you think you stabbed him? I'm not sure. How many times do you think? Was it 10? No. 20? No. 30? No. 40? No. Was it more than 40 times? No, I didn't. The continuous lying does not, it's not really, it's not a good thing. You've been honest somewhat. You said you killed him. Why won't you say that you killed him? What's the difference? I think I killed him. You stabbed him a whole lot of times. You cut him, stabbed him, whatever you want to call it. Did you not? You did. And I think it all comes back to school and family. I think you're kind of getting kicked out of school, disappointing your family, and you thought maybe you could show the world what you're capable of. John, do you hear me? Yeah. you have to say about it. And don't say you don't know, because you do. You remember every detail. Were you already in the park when he came up on a bike? How long were you in the park before he came up on a bike? I'm not sure. Like 5 minutes? 10 minutes? An hour? No. How long? What's your guess? What's your best guess? Like 30? 30 minutes? Okay. Where were you at in the park before you rode up on a bike? Were you in a tree? No, I was just sitting at the play structure. You're standing at the play structure? Well, like I was just like, and then you saw him come by on his bike? No, I didn't see him. I was showing him. You were what? I was just sitting at the play structure. At what time was that? I'm not sure. Like, stop lying. It's not gonna help you. I'm not here to help you, but that's not gonna help your feeling better about yourself. So you're at the play structure at what time? 8:30? No. 9? No. Like, what's it for? Maybe like a little earlier? So like 8 o'clock? Maybe? So you're at this play structure on Saturday at 8 o'clock at night. No, I'm pretty sure I wasn't there Saturday, but... What day were you there? I can't recall. I'm not sure. Okay, so what happened after you're at the park, at the playground, the guy rides up on a bike, do you push him off the bike? Did you kick him off the bike? No. Was he walking the bike? No. Tell me what happened. I don't want to keep putting words in your mouth. Just tell me what happened with the guy on the bike. I'm not sure. What do you mean you're not sure? You completely know what you did. You just told him that you stabbed him, you didn't know how much. You want to tell him and not me? Because I can go get him. No. No? How many times did you step already in the tent? I didn't stop. Okay. I think we're done here. If you don't want to tell the truth, that's fine. Why don't you just be honest? John, do you hear me? Yeah. Why don't you just be honest? No more lies. Why won't you just be honest with me? Try to been straightforward with you, right? Yeah. So why won't you be honest with me? Why? You're not? I'll talk to the one person that you can tell that's not going to judge you. You're going to sit in front of a jury and they're going to determine what happens. And you're not being honest. Honesty sometimes goes a long way. Yeah, we're just talking. I'm not exactly sure what he had mentioned to you, but he said that he was at the play structure. He said 30 minutes before the guy came through the park, but then said he couldn't remember what night and denied all that, like what happened to him. So and denied the other one. Alright, so he's not being honest with me, so I don't have any other questions. So did you want me to leave, John? What? No.
I want to tell you something. I want you to think long and hard about it. How would you feel if I told you that you're under arrest? You ever been arrested before?
No.
Yeah. So I guess it's a week full of firsts for all of us, huh? First time you killed somebody? At least that part we're being honest about? Or are we going to find more people?
No, I didn't tell you.
Okay. We're under arrest for murder. Do you comprehend what that means?
No.
Okay, look at me. Remember, you're a smart guy. You are under arrest for first-degree murder. Do you understand what that means?
No.
Yeah, well, I'll explain. It means that it carries a sentence of anywhere between life and death. You could be sentenced to death for this. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Pretty big deal, right?
Yeah.
I already saw all the blood on your knife. I already know that it's going to come back to you. I just want to know if it's come back to more than the 3 people that we already talked about. Are there more? John, are there more?
No.
Have you ever done this cell phone before? Or anywhere else?
No.
How many total have you stabbed?
I haven't stabbed anyone.
Oh, we'll go back to that. Okay. So let me just explain what's going to happen now. You're going to stay here. We're going to bring in some guys like I told you before. Take pictures. Take some swabs. Take your clothes. And then we're going to take you to jail. Understand that?
Yeah.
Do you care?
Yeah.
What part of that bothers you?
I'll say about my government. What could have happened? What could have What could have happened? I wasn't here. What I could have been doing, like, pose somewhere else.
Look, man. I'm going to ask you a very simple question. I want you to be honest. Be honest with me. Be honest with yourself. Are you sorry?
No.
I didn't think you would be, but I was hoping that you would.
Okay, counsel.
You understand what remorse means?
No.
Yeah.
You,
Yeah, I know you've got more.
I just wanted
You can.
one more minute, perhaps.
No, we're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it. Yeah. Okay. Do you want to resume that first thing in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, Sergeant Muscardini, we need you back to finish this. Mr. Hutchinson, can you summarize for me this exhibit on the time? We're past the 6 hours. Is that right?
It ends at 1:04.
At 1:04?
We have 1 hour and 22 minutes to go.
Okay.
He has a conflict tomorrow morning, Your Honor, so if we could just play without him and he could join back at a later time, I have no objection to that.
1 hour and 22 minutes. That's what you have left?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Stipulate?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And he'll be, we'll get him back at another time?
Yes.
Okay, parties will meet and confer on that?
Yes.
Okay, great, all right. Sergeant, thank you for your testimony today. I appreciate that. And we'll see you back when they agree to the time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your work today and your patience with the court. And so we'll be back and resume at the same time tomorrow. Remember your three-part admonition. You know, Debbie, maybe we'll get some the large rubber bands and they can wrap the notepads in them too if they want tomorrow. So don't discuss the substance of this case. Don't form any hard opinions about anything, and don't research the case. And I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, folks. Off the record.
I don't know how we get an hour and 22 minutes more. Oy. Still another hour and 22 minutes to go. All right, let me kind of go through what I sort of heard. I can't pull up your comments, unfortunately. Yeah, Northwest, now I understand 10-week trial. Are the minutes in the video the same as ours? He said they have an hour and 22 minutes to go. All right, so they go back to the video. Question, you stabbed a guy a lot of times, was given to him. Oh, so were you watching through the, so comes straight out of the, Hutchinson was asking Muscardini.
And, should we take those at 9:15 tomorrow?
That would be my request, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine. Now, I'm sorry to have to cut you off. That everyone has to get places.
It was just the context.
I get it, right? But this is a long trial.
Not sure what happened, why I got cut off there. Are they not going to show that to us?
The jury will be able to put everything in context. I'm very confident of that. Okay, anything else for the defense? We're going to be back at 9:15 to take it.
All right, seems like they're just done for the day. There we go. Okay. They are officially done. Done for the day there. All right, so let me go through what I was able to pull out, because boy, he mumbles a lot. Why did you tell him and not me? Okay, so Muscardini is like going after Carlos to say, hey, you told my partner, you're not telling me anything. What's done is done. It's time to move on. What else are we talking about? He says, just about the places in the crime. How were you holding the knife? Can you show me? So Carlos shows them. So Ramos is in there as well. So again, why are they giving a knife to somebody who they suspect stabbed 3 people? Don't know why, but you don't know the number. You just know you stabbed that guy a lot. Those were your words. And Carlos did say a lot, but then Hutchinson earlier in the day was saying, no, that's Ramos putting words in his mouth. I have in my notes, he stabbed him a lot. I don't know. How many times did you stab this guy? You told my partner you don't want to tell me. He even told me how you held the knife, so why did you stab him like this? Carlos says, I didn't stab him. Why are you lying to me? You told me you did. He says, I didn't. You said, leave me alone. Do you remember saying that? He says, no. You talked to my partner. Do you feel more comfortable talking to him? Carlos says, no. You were at the park and a guy died. Carlos says, I didn't stab him. John, you just told my partner you stabbed a guy. He doesn't say anything. And what about his bike? He says, I didn't take his bike, but you knew there was a bike there. I guess they've brought up a bike before. So why were you in the park holding a knife like this? He says, I don't know. You do know. Why were you in the park holding a knife like this? I'm not sure. I was at the park, but I wasn't holding a knife. I mean, he's just talking in loops and loops and loops. Stop. Well, yeah. Muscardini says, stop lying to me. You just showed me. Did this person you stabbed to death do anything to you? Carlos says, I don't know. So why did you kill him? I didn't. So why are you changing your mind now? He says, I'm not changing. You told my partner you did, and now you're saying you didn't. I'm not here to judge you. I'm just here to find out what you did. So then Hutchinson asks a question. Your only source was from Ramos, and did it occur to you that it might not be accurate? He says no. Back to the video. Why did you tell my partner that you stabbed him? Are you lying? No. Is he lying? He says no. Then why? And don't say you didn't do this. Carlos says, I'm not sure. Why are you telling me you didn't? Does it make sense that you're telling me one thing and now something else? And he's like, yeah. No, it doesn't make sense. Why not tell me the truth? He says, I went to the park, and then mumbles something I didn't hear. Why did you tell my partner you stabbed this guy and now you didn't? He says, I didn't. Muscardini says, John, what happened? Be honest with yourself. Tell me what happened. He says, don't tell me you went to the park and then went home and nothing happened in between. Carlos says, I'm not sure. How many times did you stab him? I don't know. 10, 20, 30, 40? He's like, no. Was it more than 40? Carlos says, I don't know. To continue this lying is not good, Muscardini says. You said you killed him, but not the other one. Then he says, I didn't kill anyone. How long were you in the park before he came up on his bike? I'm not sure. 5 minutes, an hour? I'm not sure. 30 minutes? Oh yeah, then he says 30 minutes. He says, I was just sitting at the play structure. So we're starting to get a little bit more. He's sitting at a play structure for 30 minutes. At what time was that? He says, I'm not sure. So, okay, you're at the play structure at 8:30, 9 o'clock? He says, maybe it was a little earlier. So like 8 o'clock? Carlos says, maybe. Did you push him off the bike? Carlos says, no. What did you do? Carlos says, I'm not sure. You're going to sit in front of the jury, and they're going to determine what will happen. Honesty goes a long way. Then Detective Ramos comes back in. They talk about the play structure 30 minutes before the guy came in. Ramos asks Carlos, have you ever been arrested? He says no. He says, did you delete any more people? Are we going to find more people? He says no. And at this point in time, Detective Ramos says, you're under arrest for murder. Can you comprehend what that means? Carlos says no. You're under arrest for first degree. Do you know what that means? Carlos says no. So this is the first time that he's truly been said you are under arrest for whatever it is that you're being charged for. Well, we know what it is, but they're telling him this is the first time. It means it carries a sentence of life and death. You could be sentenced to death for this. Do you understand that? Carlos says yes. Then he says, I saw blood on your knife and I know it's going to come back to you. Ramos asks, are there any more? Carlos says no. How many more did you stab? He says, I didn't stab anyone. Ramos says, we're going to have pictures. We're going to take pictures of you now. We're going to swab you. We're going to take your clothes, and then we're going to take you to jail. Do you understand that? Carlos says, yep. Do you care? Carlos says, yeah. What part of that bothers you? Carlos mumbles, didn't hear what he said. And then, like, what? And he mumbled some more. Are you sorry? Carlos says, no. I didn't think you would be, but I was hoping you would be. Do you know what remorse is? And he says, yeah. So he says he's not sorry. What do you guys think about that? You guys hear a little Rafa in there? Little Rafa, our little bean. Oh, let's see. Can I change this now? Nope. Still can't change the very evasive without an attorney. He doesn't want to acknowledge what that means, Baca says. Golden Girl says they're still calling him John. Kate, yep, that would be Rafa. Yep, that's Rafa. It's feeding time at the zoo over there, so that's Rafa. He's very vocal. He's like, man. He's like, give me my food, see? Man. I want to be fed now. Man. Is that a cat or a baby? That would be a cat. That would be our baby kitten. No, he's like a year old now. That would be Rafa. That would be furry greetings from Rafa, Irish Amy says. Yes. All right. Rafa does not like to be kept waiting, Widespread Panic says. No, he does not. You know, he reminds me of, what was it, Edgar G. Robinson as the gangster. He's like, yeah, give me some food. Yeah, see? I want my food now, see? That's what he reminds me of. I want my food now. Give me my food, see? Kate says you'll have cats. You have a cat, Lacey. We have 3 cats. One is Super Ball. She's usually sitting right next to me, but she's being fed too. We have Rafa, who's a ginger, and then we have Polly, who's pregnant, and she's going to give birth like any day now. So, Hellcat, you thought it was your cat? Yes, we have cat with babies. Oh my gosh, yes. Well. Yeah, she's set up. We've got her birthing room set up. We've got 3 places for her to give birth, so we're just waiting for the moment to happen. So she's entering her 9th week, so we know it's going to be any day now. So I may be in the middle of a live stream, and then all of a sudden, whoop, got to go take care of a cat. Cat giving birth. So, and Kate, you are a member, so you can go to. We have posted pictures of Polly and video of Polly. Actually, Aaron posted a video of kittens moving, I think last week. So, Kate, definitely go and check out, it's under members, pictures of little kitties moving in Polly's belly. Therapist, do you have a camera set up for the birth? No, it's just going to be us. We do have a iPad. I think we're going to maybe, we might use that. We may use, I think we will. So to answer your question, yes, we're hoping, depending on where she gives birth, we'll sort it out. So, all right. I think that's pretty much what I got. I'm waiting for Super Ball to come back. If she comes back, Kate, I'll show you Super Ball. Oh, here she is. All right, here's Super Ball. For those that don't know, the ball of super. There's our superest of balls, and she usually hangs out in here. This is where she hangs out. There's Super Ball. She's the oldest. She turned 6, so she's our oldest indoor feral. Plenty of hot water. Oh, that capri pants thing again. Plenty of hot water and towels. Yeah, we have 2 boxes set up in one pool. The pool was generously donated to us, and in each one of those we have wee-wee pads, we have towels, we have baby blankets, because we understand that their kittens' claws, they get caught in cotton, so we bought specific baby blankets. So we have 2 boxes set up. We have a tank. A little pool. And when I say pool, I mean like a little indoor pool. And then another generous donation was a teepee. We have a deep teepee set up for her as well. So. Yes, Drunky, happy birthday to you again. So happy to see you. Hopefully you had a wonderful birthday. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow we starts our deep dive into Lori Daybell, Brandon Boudreaux. So tomorrow we're going to go live, I think around 10 in the morning. It's an 1.5-hour stream. So we're going to be showing the next 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We're going to show... we're going to start to get geared up for Lori Daybell and Brandon Boudreaux. That starts next Monday, so that's less than a week away. So in the mornings, we're going to be showing that, and then we're going to pick back up, obviously, and continue our coverage with Carlos Dominguez. So if you you guys want to join us in the morning, cool. If you want to join us in the afternoon for Carlos, that's cool as well. Just trying to give you guys some different content to choose from. So, Widespread, you hope she chooses the TP to have the babies in? Yep. Joe's going to be at jury selection on Friday. Joe, I think it's Thursday. Oh, or you're going to go Friday. So it starts, well, we're going to try and stream her if they... She has a pretrial conference to talk about the questionnaire, jury questionnaire on Thursday. So, Joe, if they stream that, we're definitely going to stream that. But you're going to be there on Friday, so that's cool. Yeah, so don't forget, guys, Joe Schmo88, JS Media. He's on YouTube. He's on Twitter. So definitely go give him some love. We'll be doing recaps with Joe, daily recaps with Joe for those that are new to our channel. If you're new to Joe's channel, definitely go give him some love and subscribe to him. He offers great content on all kinds of things. Jury questionnaires Thursday, voir dire Friday, no cameras. All right, so no cameras for the Thursday stream. Okay, so we will not be doing that, but we will be doing, in the mornings, we'll be doing just videos that we found. Lori and Melanie, Brandon and Ian, all giving testimony during trials. So, Widespread asked Joe, will you be allowed to attend? I believe so, just like last time. I'm pretty sure Joe will be allowed to attend. So, all right, Looney Lori, yes, Kate, we can't wait. All right, Ruby, have a great night. That's Slim Pickens. Yep, there's Slim Pickens. That's Slim Pickens, and that's the Embers right there. That's Ember. So I got to reposition him. He's been in that position for a while. All right, I know there's a dead person. Yes, that's Slim Pickens. We had a basketball tournament style to name Slim Pickens, and there was about 20 some odd names. So Maricopa Superior Court hasn't banned you yet, Joe. Don't get banned, Joe. We need you in there. We need you in there. All right, guys. Have a great night. Have a great evening. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our mod squad. Thank you to our chat. Thank you to our kiddies that make appearances every once in a while. Thank you for the gifted memberships, you guys. Great timing for Rafa's meows. Yeah. Slim Pickens. Yep. All right. Have a great night. We will see you tomorrow. Lori's at 10, our little pretrial prep. Don't forget that if you want to check that out. And if not, then 12:15, we're going to pick back up on Carlos Dominguez. So until then, have a great evening, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye.